Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the special council meeting of Monday, May 2nd, 2022 to order. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving to approval of the agenda. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, seconded by Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Dunstall. You had a question or comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess for the benefit of the audience, whoever's listening, normally when we are in a training session, we go into closed session, and this meeting is in open tonight, so I thought maybe you could explain to us why we're going to be in open tonight.
We are going to be in open tonight because it's a traffic training session that we've had the information like this in open before, and council felt that, a number of members of council felt that it would be better suited to be, have the public participate or be able to watch it and learn more about the traffic procedures of Vision Zero and the Vision Zero implementation. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Appreciate that.
Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that the May 2nd special council meeting agenda be approved. All in favor? It's carried. All right, now we move to presentations. Director of Public Works, Brandon Wortman, will get us started. We also have Carolyn Ryle, Jeffrey Boonstra, and Bruce Sawinka. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Good evening. So just for those of you who don't know me, I'm Brandon Wortman, Director of Public Works for the town of Grimsby. I'm joined by Commissioner of Public Works, Bruce Sawinka, as well as the Director of Transportation Services for the region of Niagara, Carolyn Ryle, and Jeffrey Bootsma. He is a sergeant with the Niagara Regional Police Services. I've also have a couple members of my team, Marvin Ingritston, Manager of Engineering Services, and Michael Palumba, he's our Transportation Engineering Technologist. So the purpose of tonight's meeting, Peter, do you mind just advancing? So the purpose of tonight's meeting is we did have a motion that came forward from our active Grimsby committee, requested that council invite the region to present an educational workshop and update on their Vision Zero program. Accordingly, the town, region, and public works and the regional police services have prepared a presentation for you this evening. In terms of the content, we're providing an overview of the components that form part of our typical traffic safety program, whether it be the town's program or the region's Vision Zero program. We're providing an overview of the various types of traffic calming measures that are available to us, essentially focusing on the various tools, types of tools and traffic calming measures that we have available to us. Carolyn will provide some information about the latest Vision Zero initiatives, namely the automated speed enforcement and the red light camera programs. And Jeffrey will be providing some information about the enforcement programs that the regional police services are utilizing. We'll provide an opportunity for questions and discussions at the end of the presentation. Some of this will be a refresher from the council workshop staff provided in the summer of 2021, as well as the presentation Carolyn's team provided to council about Vision Zero earlier this year. Next slide, please. So just to start off, we wanted to show you some of the statistics we have excuse me, for our respective areas of responsibility. Just to provide context as the size of the town of Grimsby's network, there are 175 kilometers of roadway within the town that are currently under the Grimsby's jurisdiction, and also the region has approximately 44 kilometers of regional roadways within Grimsby's boundaries. Again, for perspective, the town has approximately 94 kilometers of sidewalk. The chart on the bottom left shows the number of collisions per year in Grimsby, roadways between the last 6 years, over the last 6 years, including the first quarter of 2022. So on average, we're looking at about 193 collisions per year, and we saw a peak in 2019, and then we've seen somewhat of a drop-off in 2020 and 2021. On the right-hand side, we just wanted to provide you some examples. We recently rolled out a new piece of software, test software, and this is some of the information that we're able to pull out from that piece of software. Essentially, it takes all the information that we get from accident reports and allows us to spit it out in different formats that we can review and analyze. And I'm going to refer to Jeffrey for the next slide.
Hello, everyone. Just to introduce myself, I'm Sergeant Jeff Bootsma of the Niagara Regional Police. I work out of the Grimsby Detachment here. Currently, I am the acting district commander, filling in for Sean Perrant. He's recently been promoted, so he's left us, unfortunately. Normally, my normal day job, I'm in a cruiser supervising a platoon of officers. So I'm out there doing the speed enforcement on a day-to-day basis. Just to give you sort of an overview of some programs that we have for traffic enforcement. Starting with Operation Loud and Clear and the RIDE programs. Those are in the media. Loud and Clear is targeting aftermarket exhaust and loud vehicles. And the RIDE programs are for impaired driving. Those are run from our central traffic unit based on Cushman Road. As far as overweight trucks go, we do have an active partnership with the MTO. Their enforcement officers team up with our police officers, and we go out and we target overweight vehicles in areas where they shouldn't be, such as the Wolverton access. They have portable scales, or we will escort overweight vehicles to the scales on the highway. We do truck safety blitzes and vehicle safety initiatives. We actually have an officer based in Grimsby who's certified as a safety inspector by the MTO, and he works with our guys. He's a Niagara Regional Police officer, and he works with the other officers in 8 District to do these blitzes. And then as far as speed enforcement goes, that's one of our core tenets of policing. So it's a day-to-day thing. We're always looking for traffic enforcement, and it's just basic patrol as well as initiatives that each platoon will generate on their own to generate proactive policing. We've got a list of some stats for the last few years. These numbers are slightly skewed, mainly because of COVID. You can see in 2020 the numbers were down to 819 infractions in the Grimsby area because people just weren't driving as much. In 2021, you can see when restrictions started to lift, the numbers went up. And you can see the speed percentage of the offenses issued was 54% of the tickets were speed related. And obviously early 2022, it's the winter time, so numbers are down and we don't have much speeding. We have a lot of snow this winter. So that's it for the stats side of it. Carolyn's next.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for the sergeant.
Yes, ma'am.
These are Niagara statistics, right? Not
Correct.
Grimsby statistics?
No, these are Grimsby statistics.
So in 2021, you issued over 1,000 tickets in Grimsby?
So not the town of Grimsby, but our Grimsby detachment. So that includes Jordan, Vineland, Smithville, Beamsville, all those areas.
Okay. How many officers are dedicated to Grimsby?
To the town itself or the detachment?
The town itself.
Well, each platoon has 8 officers and a sergeant. And then it's the officers that are floating around the area. They're divided up amongst the division. So it's whoever's working that day can respond to anything in Grimsby.
Okay, but do we have 8 dedicated to Grimsby or 8 dedicated to the Grimsby, Lincoln, Jordan?
Correct. It's dedicated to that, the further the area.
To the larger.
Correct.
That seems to me to be a very large area for so few police officers, particularly in light of the kinds of crimes that we've been seeing here a lot lately.
Okay. It is a large area, I can attest to that. If we have to go from one area to the next for an emergency call, it's a long way to go, lights and sirens. We manage, but staffing levels is not something that I really have a say on.
Okay, well, who should we talk to about staffing levels? Because I think it is an issue, and it's one that really concerns residents.
Correct.
Just because so many cars have been stolen, and
for sure.
And I think they're professional rings, some of them.
It would be the chief and the police services board that deal with the staffing of each division.
Okay, because perhaps we need a greater critical mass of officers in this area.
It would help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Anybody else? Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council. I'm Carolyn Ryle, the Director of Transportation. Thanks for having the region back this evening in partnership with municipal staff as well as the NRP. So when the region was here last, there was the Vision Zero presentation, and the front end of the presentation dealt with just giving some background about the project. And then the second part of it dealt with the approval request that we were seeking from council that evening. So I thought tonight I would just maybe just step back a little just to provide some context on why the region has been talking about Vision Zero and how Vision Zero came about. So the region collects statistics on the roadway. We work very closely again with all of our municipal partners as well as the NRP. We work with the MTO as well. And one of the reports that came forward not that long ago was our 2019 annual collision report. So this is a very heavy data-based report that we brought forward to our Public Works Committee and as well as our council. And just to highlight some of the information that we brought forward in support of us wanting to bring the Vision Zero program forward to the region had to do with what we were seeing on the roadways, on the municipal streets, as well as the regional road network. The report spoke to the number of collisions, so the data, again, supported in working with all the partners, the MTO and the NRP, was one collision was being recorded every 89 minutes throughout Niagara region. One injury collision every 12 hours. We had a fatal collision every 40 days. It talked to a pedestrian collision every 3 days, and one cyclist collision every 2 days. So the main goal of the region's Vision Zero program, which we sought approval from our council, was with regards to improving safety of all road users on the regional road network throughout all of Niagara region. So that is the goal and the intent. Obviously under the Vision Zero program that's been in effect since 1997 and was launched in Sweden, really just to deal with obviously having policymakers look at the road network with ways of, again, decreasing fatalities and the seriousness of injuries with the intent to limit them to zero. That's the intent of the program. So I just wanted to provide some initial background as to how the Vision Zero program at the region initially came about, and this annual report that has 5 years worth of statistics, just talking to what's happening on the regional network and the benefits of why we're trying to roll out the program. Yes, Councillor
Thanks,
Hardy.
Carolyn.
Thank you.
We have a question from Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. To Carolyn, the question I have is about Vision Zero. It's more than just speed enforcement. Am I correct?
Through the chair. So the Vision Zero platform deals with many aspects, and speeding is one of them. That is correct.
So I know that the region came to council and came to each of the municipalities looking for unanimous consent for the automated speed cameras. And I wonder, is there anything preventing the region from participating in Vision Zero without the automated speed cameras?
So we're going to be getting into a few elements as to, again, just the tools, and we refer to it in the presentation. So there's a toolbox of different techniques, measures that the municipality as well as the region lean on with regards to how we're designing and we're constructing, and obviously how we're gauging what's happening on the different right-of-ways. So the automated speed enforcement is a complementary tool in working with the Niagara Regional Police to deal with the aspect of speeding, which is something we are seeing across the region road network. So there is benefit from the region's perspective in bringing that forward as a safety tool to deal with one of the major issues that the region and transportation are dealing with right now, which is speeding on the roads.
Okay, so the unanimous consent was only with regard to the automated speed cameras, it's not with regard to Vision Zero?
No, so for clarity, it was around the entire Vision Zero platform that is dealing with the automated tools, which are automated speed enforcement as well as red light camera, but in addition it deals with design, crosswalks.
Sorry to interrupt, you're not answering my question. I asked if Vision Zero was more than just the automated speed enforcement, and I'm getting the answer that yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
But, so you're only asking us for unanimous consent from the 12 municipalities for the automated speed cameras. The rest of Vision Zero doesn't require our consent.
So through the chair, so when the region was here last, we were seeking approval for changes to their intermunicipal agreement, which is between the region and the 12 local area municipalities. It has to do with the upfront costs that we require to put the Vision Zero larger program into effect, which deals with the automated enforcement piece. So Vision Zero, from our perspective, is a much larger program from how we look at design, construction, and all the other tools that we're implementing, and it does include the additional tools, which is automated enforcement. So that was the approval the region was seeking.
Okay, and just one more, sorry, I won't be too much longer. How many tickets? There was a projected 5.4 million in tickets across the region per year. How many tickets, how many of those would be, well, how many tickets in total, and how many of those tickets are projected in Grimsby?
So through the chair, unfortunately, I don't have the number of tickets in Grimsby and those stats with me right now. That's something I'm happy to provide back. I don't have those stats with me right now. That was part of the Vision Zero presentation when we were here with our finance group.
Yeah, sorry, I thought this was like a training session for the Vision Zero, but I guess we can wait. I mean, is there no one here that's prepared with that information?
Well, if you give me a minute, I can take a look, because I have the other presentation with me, but...
Carolyn, just from now on, I'm going to hold, because we only really have 40 minutes left in this, so I'm going to hold all further council questions until all the presenters are finished,
Okay.
and then we'll save time for questions later, so.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, again, the purpose of this training session was to identify all the different components of a typical traffic safety program, which includes Vision Zero. So idea is we're going to try to explain to you all the different mechanisms, tools that we have as part of a traffic safety program. The town of Grimsby's traffic safety program doesn't have a title. The region's traffic safety program is titled Vision Zero. So the intent of this presentation is to explain kind of, here's what a typical traffic safety program includes, which also covers the region's Vision Zero program. And a component of it, we will be speaking to the AEDs, or sorry, the speed enforcement devices. So, okay, so if you can advance one more slide, Peter. Thank you. So sorry, I think I just covered many of these comments. So many of the traffic safety concerns Grimsby faces, they're very similar to what adjacent road authorities are receiving. So whether it's the region, town of Lincoln, Hamilton, etc., as well as the regional police services. So it's important for us to work together on solutions, share information, ideas, and resources where possible. Data collection and analysis is one of the key items for us when receiving concerns from the public. So we use various methods to collect and analyze the data, which ultimately allows us to ensure we're making evidence-based decisions concerning road safety matters and helping us determine if and when additional safety measures need to be implemented. There are various options for us to consider in implementing traffic safety calming measures, which we'll talk about in the coming slides. Measures come in different levels of complexity, largely based on the costs and ease of implementation. Also, an important component of our overall program is the maintenance associated with our transportation network, and this can be as simple as completing routine road patrols to monitor the condition of our roadways, signage, and so on. It goes as far as completing our various road rehabilitation and replacement programs to ensure our assets remain in a good state of repair. Next slide, please. So we wanted to show you, again, some of the measures available to us with respect to traffic safety and traffic calming. Again, we're showing you based on complexity. So, and again, it's based on cost and ease of implementation. So on the left-hand side are some of the quick wins that we are able to do more easily and efficiently. On that side of things, we're talking about things like data collection and analysis, some of the educational enforcement programs, as well as some of the simpler types of traffic calming applications such as paint line markings and signage. Moderate applications in the center and under the yellow arrow or above the yellow arrow. We're looking at measures that have a moderate significant impact up front, as well as a high cost. as well as long-term maintenance needs. Things that would fall into this section would be, speed humps, raised crosswalks, and the inline or in-street flexible bollard applications, similar to the pilot program that we're implementing this year. Complex measures are things like road narrowing, curb radii reductions, traffic circles, median islands, and so on. And we would include the automated enforcement measures, such as the red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement systems in this category as well. Again, essentially this category, the complex category, it requires a significant amount of investment and resources to implement and maintain. Next slide, please. So expanding on the previous slide, here's some examples of the less complex measures that we have to implement. Pictures show here some of the examples of monitoring equipment that we use to collect data. So just on the top picture, just shows a picture of our typical or traditional traffic counter, loops or tubes. We primarily use these for our annual traffic counts and our site-specific counts. In things like, sorry, I'm just skipping ahead here. We also use non-intrusive monitoring devices such as armadillo units or streetlight units that we have. And these allow us to monitor speeds without drivers being aware. And this gives us a true sense of speeds that are occurring. And you can see that in the left picture. That's the picture of the armadillo unit with the solar-powered unit on top. Another important tool again for us is information sharing between the region and the town and the region of Niagara, regional police. We've had some good success feedback over the last year or so working with our local staff sergeant Perrant and sharing information back and forth. For example, through our speed monitoring program, we've been able to identify trends in speeds for certain days of the week and times of the day. This information is then relayed to the NRP, who could then carry out focused enforcement at the times when speeding is more prevalent. So essentially, the police officers can focus their efforts on the times that the speeding are occurring rather than spending all day on one single roadway when, the speeding may occur only at certain times of the day. Next slide, please. Again, some more of the less complex measures. The left picture shows an example of lane and road narrowing used pavement markings. Actually, this example is from the QEW interchange at Ontario Street here in Grimsby. The idea behind the pavement markings is to give drivers a sense of a narrow roadway that is actually present, resulting in them adjusting their speed to adapt. The picture in the middle is an example of peripheral transverse pavement markings, and we have an installation here on Wolverton Road in Grimsby. Similar to these lane markings, they narrow the lanes, but they also provide the way in terms of slowing the traffic down, giving drivers a perception of accelerating when they're actually driving the same speed. I think the region also has similar devices or zones. I believe they call them speed check zones on the escarpment accesses. I know there's one on Mountain Street here in Beamsville, as well as the town of, here in Grimsby, as well as the town of Beamsville, which I live in. Again, the theme of these methods are low-cost solutions which provide positive effects on driver behavior. On-street parking is another method that follows this theme. Again, the simply by introducing parked cars onto traveled roadway, we're narrowing the road width, again, requiring drivers to be more cautious and adjust their speed. And I'm just going to return to Jeffrey for the next slide.
So this just goes over some of the tools that we use as police officers in our traffic enforcement. So you've got your driver feedback signs, those portable radar units that just flash your speed and suggest you slow down. Those are coordinated through our traffic unit and the region itself to those areas that have been identified that need those feedback signs. We have lawn signs when we have them at our district. People can just come in and grab them. CAA did a drive last year and they provided the signs, and then people could come pick them up and put them on their front lawn if they would like. And then, of course, there's the police enforcement side. Like what was mentioned earlier, we do use the information gathered. We like to or strive to be an intelligence-driven police service, so we don't just go out and randomly hit the streets and turn the radar on. We'd like to find those hot spots where It's been identified that there's speeding concerns, areas where the public complaints have come in. As a road sergeant, I get those complaints sent to me via email, and then I dedicate resources that I have to enforcing those areas. We try and tackle different times, see if we can find a trend as to when people are going to be in that area and are speeding, or if it's a stop sign, then we try and schedule that for around school times if we can, for when kids are out walking around. We also have our social media. The NRP has various social media outlets educating people about traffic enforcement and speed safety issues, as well as our local 8-district Twitter feed. I know Inspector Prant is updating that frequently. He'll take pictures of us doing enforcement action and put that on there as a reminder that we're out there keeping an eye on the streets. And then obviously anything automated would not take over this police enforcement. It would complement everything that we do. Like I said earlier, traffic enforcement is one of the pillars of policing, and we're not just going to stop doing traffic enforcement if there's an automated device that can help us with that. It would just be an additional tool that we would use to keep the roads safer.
Next slide, please. So more examples on the moderate side of things. We have some flexible bollards on the top left. Again, this is a relatively new measure being implemented by road authorities. We are doing a similar program as what's shown in this picture this year on 6 locations in the town of Grimsby. So we'll report back to council on the success of that program later this year. As well as region, I think already have these in place in certain locations. Again, in my hometown, I've seen them on Mountain Road as well. The town is starting our own, sorry, I talked about that. Bollards, speed humps, sorry, we have a couple of installations both on Winston Road and Lake Street here in town of Grimsby. We've implemented those a few years ago and found pretty good success with those applications in where they're located. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving into some more of the complex methods. The left picture shows curb bump outs with pedestrian crossing. So similar to the traffic bollards, the lanes are reduced. In this case, with the use of concrete curbs. And on the right-hand side, this picture shows an example of island medians installed within the center line of a roadway. In this example, the islands or medians are oval in shape, so they result in the horizontal curvature in the roadway, essentially requiring drivers to change their travel path around the island, therefore slowing or adapting their speed. Although these tools are effective, they do require a large upfront cost to install, given they involve permanent structures, new concrete curbs, new pavement, and so on. And from here, I'm going to turn over to Carolyn.
So similar to other tools that the region has been working on in collaboration with our municipal partners, road diets is one of them. At one of the capital presentations that I did not that long ago to Grimsby and all the other municipalities, we talked about our Complete Streets design program that's underway right now. So this is just an example of where you look at a before snapshot of a cross-section of a roadway, and through the course of that current consulting assignment, what we're working through is what the ultimate widths will be across the regional road networks, and then what are the other features we're looking to incorporate from a boulevard perspective, an environmental perspective with trees, again having an active transportation component, reducing speeds in these areas so that we could have obviously safe corridors for all different users. If we can move to the next slide, Peter, please. So in the presentation around Division 0, when the region was here, we talked again about the additional tools we were wanting to bring to the toolkit in addition to everything that's been spoken to about already previously this evening. The region's business case speaks to automated speed enforcement. The business plan speaks to having 4 units to start with the launch of the program. Those will be rotated around the 13 approved community safety zones on the regional road network. The presentation also also spoke to red light cameras. All of the intersections across all of Niagara region were assessed, and we've identified 10 locations to start. There will be a report coming forward, as previously mentioned, to Public Works and our council to identify those 10 locations when we're ready to launch the program, where we will be implementing red light cameras. Peter? And just with regards to next steps, so the LAM Council presentations were concluded in January, which also many of you are likely aware of. We received 11 out of 12 approvals with regards to the intermunicipal agreement that we were seeking when we were out speaking to each of the individual councils. Our intent is to go back to Regional Council in Q2 with an update. We will be seeking approval and from the council at that time to move into the assignment and being able to sign the vendor agreements with the intent to go live with the larger Vision Zero program across all of Niagara region with the municipalities, and we're targeting 2022 for the launch of that to happen this year.
So thank you. That concludes our presentation. I thank you for Carolyn and Jeffrey and the rest of the team for attending. Happy to take any questions, and I'll defer if I need to.
Thank you, Brandon, and thank you, everyone, for your presentation. Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. My questions are for Carolyn Ryle. Sorry, Carolyn. Getting your exercise tonight. Do you mentioned the process that you were going to go forward in Q2. Do you need Grimsby's approval before you're able to do that?
So through the chair, so the intent is we would like to have all 12 municipalities in support of the important Vision Zero road safety program together. The intent is to go back to Public Works and Regional Council with an update with what transpired. The intent is the program will be moving forward, and we would like to have Grimsby a part of that, again, in partnership with all the other municipalities.
So it's not required for you to go forward?
It's not required, but we would like to have, obviously, Grimsby with us as a partner.
Okay. A couple other questions. I think it would be really helpful when you do come to council if we could get some Grimsby-specific data. And I'm sure that's possible to do, because whenever you have these infractions, you have locations. So I personally would find that really helpful. I'm in favor of, I'd say, 95% of what you want to do, if you can recall. But I have to say that, late last summer I put forward a request after there was a fatal accident just before the corner of Nellis and Main, and requesting a turn, like an advance turn signal. And I would have thought that, given that there was a fatality, that there would have been some action a little more quickly. So I find those things are kind of important when looking for, trying to get like Grimsby on side. And I guess my comment goes back to the police as well. It's really important to get Grimsby-specific data, so we know, because you can't really compare Grimsby to Niagara Falls or Grimsby to St. Catharines. Very different kind of scenarios. The other question I wanted to ask you, with respect to your statistics, do they include the QEW?
Through the chair, no, those are Niagara region specific. So it's dealing with the municipal, and it's dealing with the regional road network.
Okay, so nothing about the QEW is in those statistics?
The report that we brought forward to council, we were not speaking about the highways, QEWs, no. We were dealing specifically with our roadways.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you, Chair. Carolyn, thank you for bringing this forward again. I appreciate your attempt to bring it forward again. To the sergeant, and he doesn't have to stand up. No, it's okay. I'm just going to make a comment. To the sergeant, I want to thank you and all the officers that serve for your service every day. And I want to say something, a couple of things that Councillor Vardy said are very, very key, I think, to what we were talking about. She asked about the reorganization of the policing. And one thing I think that probably Councillor Furtick or anybody else who sits on regional council, even Carolyn could probably be aware of this one, is that the amount of money put towards policing is tremendous. And Councillor Vardy made a comment about the crimes in our area and how we should have more police designated here. And then again, just said it herself a minute ago about St. Catharines and Niagara Falls. Police is very expensive. And justifiably so. But taxpayers, as a rule, in the past have been very reluctant to spend more money on policing because of the high cost. We have 8 officers, as Councillor Vardy pointed out, covering a tremendous area. And also, when the sergeant spoke to the amount of traffic tickets and said there was 1,011, my first reaction was, my God, that's small, as opposed to Councillor Vardy, who thought it was quite large. I could be wrong on that, Councillor Vardy. I'm just making an assumption. But the my point being, when you look at the amount of area that these officers cover, that's 3 traffic tickets a day over that whole area. And that's not a fault of the police. I'm not faulting them at all. What I'm saying is that they can't be out there. With the amount of crime, as Councillor Vardy has pointed out, going on, our police officers are more dedicated to doing crime. If there's a bank robbery, for example, and I've seen this in action, there was one of the Grimsby banks got robbed one day. 6 cars came. That was every car in the district came because it was an armed robbery. It was active in the situation. The officers all attended. Which means the other parts of the region were not covered. So again, not the fault of the police. And as the sergeant said, you know, we can talk to the police services board or whatever. But I think regional council is where this has got to go. I don't know your personal feeling on this, Carolyn, but I do think that more money has to be dedicated to policing. But having said that, I'm also a huge supporter of what you're bringing forward now. Police officers can't be out there all the time doing traffic. It's just not a reality. The crimes are going to take priority over a traffic offense. I see more than 10 or 15 traffic offenses, probably way more than that, in a day. Just, you know, sitting in my house when I used to live backing on Winston there, I would see it all the time. So my point is that I think this is a good program. I realize there's some reluctance to having cameras, and I do understand exactly what some of my peers have said about it. But it's something I think that is the way of the future. And of course, people who get tickets aren't going to like it. They're going to say it's a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing. And I think 11 out of 12 municipalities supported this. I think we're kind of being the oddball here by not supporting it. So when it comes up again, if we get an opportunity to vote on it again, I will support it 100%. And again, thank you all for Carolyn and the sergeant and everybody else who came forward this evening to give us this opportunity to look at it again.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I have a few questions, please, for Carolyn. When we originally had the agreement come forward, the region had passed a motion to enter into an agreement with the Joint Processing Center, even though the 12 municipalities had not yet approved it. Is that agreement in place still, and the funds allocated for the Joint Processing Center to process the tickets? You mentioned in this presentation that the agreements were going to be entered into later this year. I just want to ask if there are currently agreements in place with the JPC, and if there's any agreement in place with the vendors for the red light cameras and the ASVs.
So through the chair, so there is an agreement in place as a placeholder with the JPC. So no funds have been forwarded to the JPC. It was just merely as a placeholder. The number, the question that was addressed to me earlier from Councillor Sharp around the 522,000, I looked back in the presentation, that was the number of tickets issued to date across all the municipalities that are already underway with the automated speed enforcement program. So that's where that number came from. So with regards to a placeholder, until we actually get all the agreements in place and we're up and running, it was merely a placeholder. No funds have been expended towards any of that. The upcoming agreements are dealing with the vendors. So it's to seek council approval, allowing the region to sign, and again, to order the equipment. That would be the 10 red light cameras and the 4 automated speed enforcement pieces of equipment to get that launched in 2022. So those are the vendor agreements I'm referring to.
Thank you. And the next question is, part of the Vision Zero program recognizes that speed is a key factor, and the highway speeds and stuff. So you guys on September 24th, sent a letter through the region asking Carolyn Mulroney, the Minister of Transportation, request to review and amend Section 128, the rate of speed of the Highway Traffic Act, to try to get it reduced to 40 kilometers an hour in urban settings, build-up areas from 50. So the region was looking to get the province to support a provincial-wide reduction to 40 kilometers. Yet, I'm not hearing that there is a lot of support, even within our own municipality, to reduce our speeds on certain areas where we have problems to 40 kilometers an hour. So I need to understand that. And why we would, with community safety zones, why the region would not already look at reducing the speed, like in front of Blessed Trinity, where it's 50 kilometers an hour, but it's a community safety zone, whereas the Park Road area is 40 kilometers in front of the school zone there in a CSE. So I'm just trying to understand how, like, can we use the speeds, the 40 kilometers an hour, like, can we get some support from the region to have those reductions done on regional roads to 40 km? That's my next question, and I have one more, I think.
Through the chair, so thank you, Councillor Bothwell, for the question. So, with regards to the letter of support that went forward to the minister, so Niagara Region did participate in that. This is not a letter that only came from Niagara Region. I know that there was many other municipalities outside of Niagara Region that did support looking for that same reduction. To date, it's fair to say that we have not. It's not been supported to move certain urban areas down to 40 kilometers per hour. So that is the more recent. Just update with regards to the region's support for that, and that's not something that's been approved thus far by the province. With regards to speed differentials, and I've got Brandon here as well because he can speak to it, is that at least on the regional road network, we're moving people and goods. We're obviously wanting to do it as safe as possible. In school zones, we do have a 40 kilometer per hour triggered throughout a large part of the day in our school zones where there are schools on the regional road network. There are flashing lights that indicate during school hours that you are to be traveling 40 through there. And then outside of the 40, outside of the school hours, they're often 50 kilometers per hour in the school zones. Some of the issue that we see outside of the school zones when we talk about speed differential is that obviously there's a number of criteria we're basing on reducing speeds. Requests come in, I can probably say multiple times per day, where we do have a safety group that assesses it based on criteria. Again, depending on many cross sections, what exists out there, the differentials in lowering the speed often isn't the answer. So lowering the speed is not going to curb the behavior of those who are traveling and speeding. So what it does is it just has some traffic moving at a slower speed, and it continues to have a large population of individuals on the road who are traveling with a larger differential still speeding. So again, where we assess them based on criteria, and we use MTO criteria, we use council approved criteria, we will address and reduce where, again, from a safety perspective, it will work. In areas where it is not recommended, there's many safety reasons why we're not recommending it. It often has to do with speed differential and that people often don't slow down. And that's why we're looking, obviously, to implement these other tools in concert in working with our partners, the Niagara Regional Police. Brandon, I don't know if you had anything in addition.
Just to kind of pick up that point, I can give you a good example of, we recently, I think a year and a half or 2 years ago, we implemented 40K flashing signs in certain areas within the town, primarily in the school zones, and we're able to analyze our data and look at when those flashers came on versus when the flashers were off, and how the speeds were adjusted based on that. So it was a good analysis of, at the times when there is the presence of children on the road or more traffic in relating to the school zone area, the traffic does adjust accordingly. So arbitrarily just identifying an area and saying we want 40K signs, we have to go through the measures of a traffic calming warrants, and these are the warrants I think we talked about last summer in the pilot, or in the training program that we did. So we run through various warrants, and then these are council-approved warrants that we've developed in the past. They're industry standard in terms of these are our best practices that we use to determine if there is a problem in that area. If there is a problem, then we advance it to the traffic calming measures.
So Brandon, I think I'm just direct. My question is kind of direct. I understand and I appreciate all of that, and we have heard that explanation. I understand you have a policy on how to do the 40 kilometers. I'm just thinking, I drove past Blessed Trinity a couple of times, and I could swear the sign says 50 kilometers an hour. There is no 40 kilometer an hour sign. There are no flashing lights, and that's a community safety zone. Is that correct?
I believe it's a community safety zone, and I'm not aware that it's not 40K. I believe it's 50 kilometers per hour. So I guess what I'm saying.
That's exactly my point. Yeah. Is 50 kilometers an hour there, yet other community safety zones are 40.
Well, and again, it's a measure of the characteristics of the roadway, and high school kids are a little bit different than elementary school kids in terms of their ability to manage and navigate the road with themselves versus having a parent with them. So all of those are considerations that we look at when we review those roads.
Okay, thank you. Two other quick questions here. Thanks, Brandon. That helps, not for you. Just Hamilton overall, Carolyn, I'm reading lately in the Hamilton Spectator about the city of Hamilton having issues. They have also implemented red light cameras, ASEs. They were doing Vision Zero type of strategies. They were doing the 40 kilometer an hour in the urban boundary. And yet they're saying, it doesn't matter what we're doing, we're not fixing the mentality of the drivers. We've got the distracted drivers, we've got the drunk drivers, we've got the criminal acts, and we've got so many, and their chief of police is saying we have just so many other factors contributing to the problems that we're having with respect to pedestrian and cycling safety, that it does take a whole lot more tools in the toolbox than just the cameras and the speed enforcement. There's just too many behavioral aspects of the community and the entitlement of drivers that is impacting the number of fatalities, especially recently. So I think it's great to see you've got more things that we're looking at. I think that is critical that we do look at using every available option to us. I would just suggest moving forward that I have not heard a lot about public engagement, and I think it's great. Vision Zero is great. All the tools are great. But other municipalities that have rolled it out have actually brought on board some public engagements, and actually talked to the people and went into the neighborhoods and actually developed a program that includes a public engagement component. We haven't had that in Grimsby. We haven't had people engaging with the regional Vision Zero program. So I really think we need to look at how to do that better and communicate and get the public involved in the program and what they see as their priorities and their needs. So I would just leave it with that I think that would be another critical piece I think we need to factor in. Thank you.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you to the presenters for the training presentation. Very informative. And I just had one quick question for Brandon. Brandon, I'm just wondering, I sent an email out last Thursday to yourself and council. I'm just looking for your considerations with regards to the CAA road signs, lawn signs, and that. Any thoughts to that? I know you're a very busy guy, and do you have any thoughts to that? The town being a partner with CAA, as some other communities are?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. It is something I'm willing to review with my team. There's a few items that we have to consider in terms of how would we implement it. I know local municipalities, I think Lincoln maybe one of them, are also involved in that program. So I'm not saying no, it's just something that I need to look into in further detail. As you know, we do have some other pilot programs that we're implementing, so I'm just not sure of the timing that it would take to implement such a system. But again, I will review it with my team and certainly get back to you and council. Either way.
Great, thanks very much, Brandon.
Welcome.
Councillor Frank. Councillor Frank.
I thought I saw another hand up there, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Well, I voted in favor of this particular program when you first came to council, and I voted in favor of it again when it was re-entered, when we brought it forward again, and I'm certainly going to vote in favor of it again tonight, but I don't think there's a resolution to do that. But there were some questions, this is for Carolyn, I guess. There were some questions around the costs of this particular program. And maybe if you could just quickly just refresh our memories as to how the costing works and what cost it could be for Grimsby.
So, through the chair. Thank you. Through the chair. So, when the region was here talking about the program, the overall program to roll it out was $5.4 million, and then there was a diagram we showed about how we were looking to do the cost recovery of it. So the breakdown was if the program had 32,500 tickets issued in combination of the ASC or the red light camera, that was our, again, estimate of what it was going to cost to deal with the cost recovery of the program, which was $5.4 million. So this was really just us being transparent about the cost to get the program lifted off the ground and what was involved as part of that cost recovery. To be clear, this program is not targeting around the number of tickets we're wanting to issue. It's a road safety program. We're trying to change the dynamic on the roadway. The intent of the program is to obviously decrease fatalities and seriousness of injuries, as already noted, to zero. And if the program is working over time, tickets and all of that will decrease, which is the intent of the road safety program, to be clear.
Thank you. I got that answer last time, and the answer I got is fine. That's exactly what I expected you to say. So I've also done some research on this, and I don't have my notes with me. And I've searched everywhere from England to Scandinavia and parts of Europe and certainly across Canada. And this particular type of program does work. It actually, it takes time for people to begin to realize that there are zones like this in the region or wherever they are. And people start to slow down. I mean, it's been a proven point. So I don't know why. It may not be perfect. It may be, as Councillor Vardy says, it's 95% right in her mind. So if it's 95%, okay, it's not perfect, okay, so, but it does slow down speeders, and it does save lives, and it does save accidents and things from happening, especially in school zones. And I don't know why anyone would vote against this thing. I just don't get it. From a police perspective, Sergeant Bootsma, is that right? Bootsma, sorry. If does this type of program free up police time? Like right now, if you've got your guy sitting on the highway waiting for speeders to come along with your gun, and you sit there all day long and you get 4 or 5 speeders or 10 or 20, whatever the case might be, you're tying up a policeman or maybe 2 in a car or whatever for an inordinate amount of time. Is that right?
If we have somebody dedicated to traffic enforcement, then we send someone there and they'll sit. If a call were to come in, the calls for service automatically override proactive traffic enforcement, and those cars then leave to go answer those calls for service. Okay, but the point is, if we had this program in place, you wouldn't need officers sitting on the side of the road with a traffic camera. Well, we still would. You would still have them? Yeah, these automated devices wouldn't take over our traffic enforcement duties. Right. We would still, when the guys weren't doing calls for service, then they would still be out hitting those spots that aren't covered by these automated devices. But would it decrease the amount of time you would spend, or your officers would spend, policing traffic parked on the side of the road? Hypothetically, I mean, you wouldn't have to put a unit, cruiser and a police officer in an area where these devices would be set. That device would cover that area, and then the officer could either do enforcement in a different location, and we would be able to spread out the enforcement, or they could work on something else. So it would be more efficient for your guys to. It would be, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the NRP fully supports. Okay. I thought I had another question here, but I'll come back to it. I'll leave it for someone else to
I see there's a few other hands up. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Brandon.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. I just wonder, Carolyn, if you could go back to, you showed some pictures of traffic enforcement cameras, and there was a picture there from Toronto. I don't know if you can go back to that.
Peter, the number 14.
Okay, so where you see the sign that says municipal speed camera in use, if there were signs like that in advance of where the speed camera is being used, I'm okay with it. But when I asked about it the last time, you said there wouldn't be. So if there was some kind of alert, because the end game is to get people to reduce their speed. So if they're alerted to the fact that you're going to get stung if you don't slow down, I'm okay with that. So, and I think that's the kind of thing that'll change. That's one thing. Okay. So if you, sure.
Through the chair. So to clarify, the signs are regulated. We have to put the signs out there in order to launch the program. So there will be coming soon signs, and they're out there for an extended duration before we're able to launch the program. And there also are cameras out, there's also signage out there indicating that it's in operation. So yes, these areas will be signed coming soon, and when they're in operation, to clarify. It's regulated. We have to follow that.
So that's the 5% that was missing for me. Okay, so the other thing is, and I think this was in part of Brandon's presentation, or it may have been in the police sergeant's, was accidents by gender. I just want to draw people's attention to it. Being a woman and always being accused of, like, female drivers are the worst, I just want to draw people's attention to that particular graphic, because that refutes that claim.
I hesitated to put in that slide, but...
I loved it.
No, I'd be honest with you. Again, it's something that I used as an example, and age is a factor as well.
Yeah, big time, yes.
So it's interesting. It was interesting for me to see, the difference in demographics between men and women, and the age groups as well. So
women are not the cause of most accidents. Thank you.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just like to say I'm pleased that you came back, all of you, to make this presentation. I was always in favor of this. My question, and I don't know who I should direct it to, is I see in other municipalities outside of the Niagara region where they do things not quite the same, or they do more of. And whenever we look at doing something here, and I know when we approach Brandon, it's done in a very scientific way, but then when I go to a different municipality, I see different things, so I start to wonder, what are the scientific formulas that other municipalities use that give different results than what we do in our region? And I'm just trying to understand why there isn't, I guess what I would say is a little more consistency, and maybe drivers' habits would improve because they get used to going from one municipality to another municipality, and the same kind of tools are used. Am I off on the left field, or am I making sense that when you go into other, I'll say Hamilton, for example. I go into Hamilton, I see all kinds of different things. And I just think, what are they doing differently than what we're doing? I'll use an example. Kenilworth South, going to the mountain brow, is 40 kilometers, and it's 4-lane, and they've got one of those signs up. What do we call them here? I'll get them. Driver feedback signs. And it flashes at you, and I bet whenever I've used it, I go 40 because I'm expecting there's going to be some enforcement. But and it's a 4-lane road going up to the mountain. So why do we do things differently is, I guess, and I know you probably don't have the answer, but I just think it creates a lot of different things going on. I like this program. I think it's great, and we need to slow us down. I'd still like to see 40 kilometers in all our municipalities, because whether they say it works or not, if we got used to it, I think it would work. I think if not everybody does it, then some municipalities still do 50 and some do 40. The people who go into the 40-mile-an-hour zones are still going to drive 50. But if we all did it, maybe everybody would get used to driving at 40 instead of 50. But if we don't all work together at it, it's choppy. Am I making sense?
Yes, through you, Mr. I can't speak to other municipalities or other road authorities. I can speak to what we do as a road authority. I have a competent technical staff, as well as I would think myself is competent and technical. We follow the standards that are before us, whether it's the Ontario Traffic Manual, the Canadian standards. We interpret those standards in a way that we think is reasonable and in professional, and we present that information to council. And ultimately, it's your decision to determine if you want to support us in our recommendations or not. So, we do follow standards, we try to maintain consistency within our authority in our area. And I think some of that is again through the partnerships that we're doing with the region and with our regional police. We are trying to ensure consistency, information sharing, that we're all, for lack of a better term, on the same page in terms of our respective programs. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, let me throw something else into it. We didn't talk much about bike lanes, and if we're going to save lives or save injuries, and that's something I hear talked about too, is bike lanes. There's no continuity to that. You can go along Livingston and we've got a bike lane, but once you get to down to Livingston to Main Street, there's no more bike lane. So good luck, if you're a cyclist and trying to find a bike lane, you can't. And that's not just us, that's common everywhere. And so that's why I keep thinking we need to be a little more consistent about how we're going to roll these things out and not be so choppy, I guess. That's my only concern. Let's do it and make it work. So, because one of the number one complaints we get besides traffic is speeders, and we need to slow everybody down. Except now we can go on the QEW and drive at 110. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Now we can speed up. So I don't know where we're going to end up. Anyhow. Do you want to talk about bike lanes?
Yeah, if I can just speak to bike lanes, if you don't mind. So the thing with bike lanes is they're very, in terms of if you're dealing with an existing cross-section and you have limited space to include the bikes on, to give them dedicated facilities for that, ultimately and the region can speak to this, Carolyn could probably speak to this better, but active transportation committees, the regional transportation master plan, they all identify regional cycling networks, and as part of the region's long-term program in reconstructing the roads, their mandate is to provide those cycling facilities, but there is a large upfront cost to that because we have to reconstruct the road in order to accommodate those to those bike lanes. So they are coming. It's just a matter of finding the resources and the timing of constructing them when the opportunity presents it.
Well, we did talk about that a few years ago. We did a little walkabout on Main Street East. I think it was from Maple over to the Dallas School. We're going to urbanize that, and of course that would include bike lanes. So should there be bike routes so that, if there's a street that you can't put a bike lane on, you get the bikes to go some other way where you can do it so that at least you have a route that is safe for cyclists instead of ending it and then they're left to nowhere to go. So, and we want people to cycle more and more.
Sure, if I can just speak to that. In terms of regardless of whether there's a bike lane or not, cyclists are treated as, under the Highway Traffic Act, as a vehicle, so they have the right to share that lane with the vehicle. So there's different methods for encouraging cycling safely. There's, the share lanes where it's a shared lane between bicycles and traffic, and obviously everything to the dedicated cycling lanes, as well as under the new Complete Streets guidelines, we are looking at off-street cycling facilities where multi-use pathways and things like that. So again, number of tools in the toolbox that that we're looking towards enhancing our cross sections to make it safe for pedestrians and cyclists.
Thank you for everything. I appreciate great answers, and I've taken up enough time. But it's a great program. We need to roll it out. Thank you.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, we've debated this at 3 different council meetings now, and I believe that we've made a lot of headway. I think that Grimsby needs to join this program. And I mean, look, it's safety. It's all about safety. It's not costing us anything. We need to move forward with this program. So I'm going to suggest that can I pass a resolution to have this reconsidered? Because just to receive this report tonight is just not enough. I think we need to receive it. And if we can get a reconsideration and get this through and get it done, I think that would be great. Thank you.
All right, I have a reconsideration on the floor. Yes, Councillor Ritchie.
In order to put a motion up,
Councillor Ritchie just put it forward, so I have Councillor Ritchie as the mover and Councillor Frake as the seconder. And the reconsideration does need 2/3, so moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that Council reconsider Resolution C-22-6 regarding the Region of Niagara Vision Zero program. Recorded vote.
First reconsider.
Mayor, discussion? Sorry, point of...
First, we decide whether we're going to reconsider, and then there's discussion.
Councillor Bothwell?
Yes.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Caldwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
yes.
Councillor Sharp?
No.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, so it's back on the table now, so now it's open for discussion again. Councillor Bothwell.
So I think it's important to understand what is on the table for discussion. I'd like to, if the clerk can remind everyone what the actual motion was, because again, as Councillor Sharp was saying, it's 2 totally separate things. Vision Zero can continue without the red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement, 5.1 million, and the 32,500 tickets that have to be put out in order for it to just be cost neutral. We haven't dealt with the deficit again. We haven't dealt with it. We went through all those conversations. This motion is just to enter into the agreement with the court services for the administration of the red light cameras and the automated speed enforcement. That's the only thing we're reconsidering is the cost to implement the red light and the automated speed enforcement program, and for it to be extended by the region for further years of whatever, because that's in the original contract. If we agree with this, it says they can then extend it if they want and add more if they want. So it's not just a one-time thing. This is a commitment to allowing even a bigger action moving forward and more money being expended once this is approved. So I think it's just important people realize that all the other measures we just heard about tonight and all the other things that our staff are doing in the town of Grimsby to try to keep us safe can be implemented and should be implemented And the public should be engaged in that. And I said, I strongly support all of those measures. I hesitated on are we going to start now handing out tickets, and will we actually end up, the region and our tax dollars, having to supplement it when it doesn't generate the amount of tickets? And the Joint Processing Center right now is backlogged with tons and tons that Toronto can't process. And once we add all of Niagara on there, they don't have they're saying they're having problems. They can't process everything. We're not going to see the revenues come back quickly. It's only been in place in 2019, and they're saying already they're overloaded over there. They don't have the staff, and 1/3 of people don't pay. So we're approving something that's 5.1 million that doesn't necessarily guarantee that all those tickets are going to generate into something that the region's going to end up with cost neutral. So I still feel that there's a burden on implementing this program that what I'm hearing is it could impact us negatively from a financial perspective to the taxpayer. I'm still not comfortable with whether red lights good, automated speed enforcement, not too comfortable with it yet. So I just want people to know that the motion we're voting on is only on that money to spend with the court services agreement, so they can go to the vendors and start buying the equipment. It's not to do the rest of the Vision Zero stuff, which we need to focus on and really, really make it a priority, because Hamilton is saying too, it's the mentality of the drivers, it's the distracted driving, it's the people under the influence, it's the criminal acts that are happening. Those are ones that, what can we control? I just don't think that the answer is just in spending the money and allowing the region to continue to expand that program with this agreement, understanding that I'm still hesitant on.
All right, just before we move forward on the discussion, I just want to get a mover and seconder and read the motion for the first time. I've got Councillor Ritchie as the mover, Councillor Frake as the seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the amending agreement to the Niagara Region Court's intermunicipal agreement attached as Appendix A on Report DPW 2132 be approved for the purpose of advancing the Vision Zero program, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the amending agreement to the Niagara Region Court's intermunicipal agreement. So up next on the speakers list, I have Councillor Vane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the comments about cost and all that have been made, yes, there's going to be a cost. $5 million will only pay for so many police officers, and it's not going to happen because we're not going to do that. This here is being borne by the region, and I have one very simple question that somebody said to me one time: how much is the life of a loved one worth? These cameras potentially could slow people down, and whether we have them or not, we're still going to have distracted drivers. We're still going to have drunk drivers. We're still going to have people high on drugs. We're going to have all kinds of stuff. That's not going to change, whether we have the cameras or not. But the cameras will help people become aware, as Councillor Dunstall said, and I've done it myself a million times. And I know better. I drive along, and sometimes I am not paying attention to my speed, and I go a little bit fast. And it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize until suddenly this thing's flashing at me in front of me. And as Councillor Bothwell pointed out, there is other options, but as Brandon clearly made very clear, they're very, very expensive. So if the region's willing to pick up something and we potentially could save one life, just one, I'm willing to do it. If you're not willing to save that life, then don't support it. But I am. And that's just the way I feel about it. So we have other options that over the next 20 years or so, we're going to be able to bring these out. We can't do it right now. We don't have the money right now. The region's willing to do this. Let's save at least one life. Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. And I agree with Councillor Vane. I agree with Councillor Bothwell. One of the things, so of course we want to save lives, but we're speaking very hypothetically here. So what you can consider is a person, say we're looking out right at BT, it's a little more over there, but say you put a red light camera there, people are going to avoid that area. All right, it's natural, I would avoid it. There's a red light camera, or not red light, automated speed enforcement. So they're going to go over to Roberts Road here, which is a residential collector road. There's people living on that road. There's kids. It's not the same as Livingston. And they're going to head up to Highway 8, and and they're going to come down Highway 8, and they might speed up to make up a little bit of time they lost for their detour, because they might have to come back down, and when they come back down, they might come down Nellis Boulevard, or they might come down St. Andrews, or something that is definitely, it's residential, not residential collector road. And so if you say save one life, it's no offense, but you might risk a life by doing this. And so when we're talking hypothetically, another thing that I want to talk about is when people will avoid this area, and we're leading into, both of these zones are leading into our downtown. So you're going to put one right on Livingston on your way into like Sobeys and McDonald's and the PetSmart and the bank. And so if you live over at Beach or Aspen or these areas, Magnolia, Vine, and Gage, they're deciding whether I'm going to go to Sobeys or I'm going to go to the Superstore or Costco, right? And to get to Sobeys, you got to go through a speed camera, and to get to Superstore, you don't, right? So it's like maybe you're making that decision that will affect some of these business owners, and it's a very multi-factored consideration. And so when it's very, very easy to say, hey, one life matters, right? Anyone, what's the price you can put on my kids or someone's life? Nothing, there is no price, right? But this is not necessarily the solution. It's a ticket. In my opinion, it's a cash grab. They're going to use this money. They're going to use these tickets to pay for things that the region might do to. So 5.4 million, not 5.1 million. That's $300,000 more. But I'm not convinced that this is the answer to all our problems. But I am convinced that it will cost a lot of money. And who's it going to cost? The people that are watching, the people that are sitting in this room, the people who come to do business in our town. That's who it's going to cost. How much is it going to cost them? $5.4 million. How much is it going to cost Grimsby? I don't know, 32.5 thousand tickets in the region. If you divide that out, it's like 2,700 in Grimsby. That's like one per person, including kids who don't drive. That means, I don't know the number of cars here, but everyone who's watching this meeting is going to get a ticket at some point from this. And maybe if we're doing 5 over, maybe if we're doing 10 over, right? It's going to be double because they're only allowed in community safety zones. So it'll be twice as much as a ticket that you get anywhere else. And maybe you're doing 5 kilometers over. Maybe it's at 8 p.m., maybe it's at 3 p.m. I don't know. We don't have this information. The region told us that's confidential. They won't tell us what the threshold's going to be and what the times are going to be. This is just a money printer, right? And I don't want to be negative because I care about people and I care about my hometown and the people that live here, but it's short-sighted, and we're seeing problems. Councillor Bothwell, thanks for bringing that up about the backlog in Toronto and in Hamilton. And the region, when they came here with their financial presentation, they said, if people don't pay these tickets, if we have to go after them, not we, the region has to go after them, it's going to cost more money. Like there's administrative fees, and short-sighted is what this is, and no is how my vote is going to be.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I wanted to thank the presentators for coming today, Carolyn, Brandon, and Staff Sergeant. But I also wanted to thank the Active Grimsby group who brought this back forward. I think there was some components that we were missing, and the education tonight that we received helped clarify things. And whether people believe that this will work or not, it's a tool that we have that I think that we should give it a try and see how it turns out, and we can always make adjustments down the road. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Sure, one quick question to Carolyn Ryle, Director Ryle, if she's still here. There's 4 automated speed enforcement units for 13 community safety zones. Over the first year of the program and the 5.4 million, does that mean Grimsby will potentially get 1 speed automated ASE for 3 months because they're being rotated through the 13 community safety zones? How long will we have an ASE in Grimsby, and will we get a red light camera in the first year?
So through the chair, so thank you for the question. So It's fair to say that the automated speed enforcement equipment will be rotated among the 13 approved community safety zones that exist right now on the regional roads. So yes, the piece of equipment will be out in the community safety zone here in Grimsby when the program is launched. The duration, that's getting into the implementation. There is a report coming back, obviously to regional council, that will be identifying the 10 red light camera locations. We have over 300 plus signalized intersections. We're looking to roll out 10. So there's been obviously a lot of analysis and work ongoing around that. So a report will be coming back to talk about the first 10. And with regards to the automated speed enforcement, we will be coming back to talk about the duration and the timing. So it will be out for a number of months. What those months are at each of the locations, I don't have that readily available, because again, that's moving into the implementation phase and I'm not there quite yet. But yes, a piece of this equipment will be in Grimsby when the program is launched.
But the potential is currently with only 4 units, it might be no more than in order to be rotated effectively to give everyone a fair opportunity, it may be no more than 3 months in the first year.
Through the chair, again, it's fair to say there will be a number of months. I don't know exactly, but it will be rotated throughout for a couple months.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, again, thank you for your presentation. Oh, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, just one more, and this is for Carolyn. So originally they said the equipment was going to be in vehicles and it was going to move, and then they said it was going to be fixed camera equipment, and the pictures that we saw were fixed. Are you going to move the equipment? Are you going to put pads down with electrical and then and data and then move them, or are they in vehicles?
Through the chair. So this equipment is not in vehicles. You can have fixed units, which will be set on a pole, and that infrastructure the region will be putting into place. And there also will be units that we're able to move around. So there's semi-fixed and fixed. So the region, through the business case, is speaking right now about having 2 fixed and 2 semi-fixed. And again, we'll be bringing that back. But no, they do not reside in a vehicle.
Okay.
They sit to the side of the road, traditionally on a pole.
So you said 2 fixed and 2 semi-fixed. So there's 2 that are going to be that don't move and 2 that do move.
Through the chair, so we'll be coming back with the business case that's going to talk about the next steps around it. We do have the option to have them fixed or semi-fixed, and with the availability to move them around. The intent of our program with the 13 community safety zones is to move them around.
So you just said 2 fixed and 2 semi-fixed.
So 2 of them for sure will be rotated around the 13, and we are evaluating whether we're going to use 2 fixed or we're going to make them variable enough to move them around as well. We've been increasing community safety zones from the time we talked to regional council about the number of community safety zones that we put in effect to date. So we are right now analyzing having the 4 variable ones move around all of the region.
And so these are only allowed in the community safety zones. They aren't allowed on the little problem streets that we have.
Through the chair, so to start with the program, they will be moving across the 13 community safety zones per the regulation. So the ASC target safety zones, high vulnerable areas such as parks, retirement homes. So the intent is to start small with the 13 community safety zones to assess across the number of years how it's working, with the intent to analyze, come back and have, again, year after year, a conversation with council and come back to the municipal councils if they wish to provide updates and what the intent of the program is.
So they are only allowed in community safety zones?
They're allowed in community safety zones, high vulnerable areas, yes.
Are they allowed outside of the community safety zones?
They call them community safety zones.
Are they allowed outside of the community safety zones on the?
No, they're not.
No, they're not allowed.
They're allowed in community safety zones.
Thank you. I've asked a direct question, and I appreciate the direct answer. So they're only allowed on Livingston and on Main Street Easton, and there's 13 places around the region, and there'll be 4 of them. 2 sound like they'll be fixed, and they won't move, and 2 will move, and $5.4 million, and 32,500 tickets per year. I mean, there's 450, 500,000 people in the region. Not all of them drive, but, it's just a summary of things that you've said to us. Thanks.
Again, Again, seeing no further questions or comments, thank you again, presenters. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake, resolved that the amending agreement to the Niagara Regional Court's intermunicipal agreement attached as Appendix A on Report DPW 2132 be approved for the purpose of advancing the Vision Zero program, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the amending agreement to the Niagara Region Court's intermunicipal agreement. Recorded vote.
Counselor Bothwell?
No.
Counselor Dunstall?
Yes.
Counselor Frake?
Yes.
Counselor Cadwell?
Yes.
Counselor Ritchie?
Yes.
Counselor Sharp?
No.
Counselor Vane?
Yes.
Counselor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, now we move to, need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Ritchie. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-30 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for second and third reading. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-30, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed. The mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same, and rule councils of the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor?
Yay.
That's carried. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Our Committee of the Whole meeting will start at 7:05. Good evening. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole for Monday, May 2nd, 2022 to order. First off, any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll move to approval of the agenda. Councillor Ritchie.
Just want to let you know that I'll be bringing a notice of motion at the appropriate time.
All right, that is so noted. Councillor Ritchie, we need a mover and seconder for approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the agenda for May 2nd, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting be approved as amended. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to council endorsement package, Grimsby Economic Development Committee meeting of April 20th, 22. All right. Frank Mail, our EDO, will be doing a presentation. Good evening, Frank.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We'll start off by talking a little bit about the process of the Economic Development Strategic Action Plan that we've done for 3 years. And I have to say in the outset that it was the most satisfying project that I've done over my many years in economic development. And it's directly attributable to the people that I've worked with, volunteers and staff, that made it really pleasurable to bring to you the draft strategy before you tonight. And you have to be really proud of the fact that there's a lot of good people on staff and as volunteers of the community to bring this strategy before you tonight. We'll start off by talking a little bit about the actual strategy itself. And it has to be understood that this was a foundational report that we can build from. Because the last time that I believe we did an economic development strategy was back about a decade ago. But that wasn't implemented from what I understand. And just maybe over a year ago, where Adam June began the process, we started putting the whole idea of a 3-year action plan. And we call it an action plan because it's not really a long-term strategic development plan where you talk about 5, 10 years down the road. This is an actual implementable, reachable, achievable action plan. And that's the key behind this 3-year approach. It's really an achievable action plan. It was all done in-house, of course, and it started with a whole series of reports that were undertaken in terms of the data analysis that we received from the Niagara Workforce Planning Board and the BR&E report that was conducted, a series of additional business meetings that we've had. When we put that all together, we came up with 5 different goals or strategic objectives, and they're listed on the slides. We presented this with the working group, GDAC, Economic Strategic Planning Working Group, and then with GDAC itself on a number of occasions. And the last one we did, the presentation was on April 20th, and here we are this evening to ask for your feedback and further input. It's important to understand the process because without understanding it, one would say, what is a strategic plan after all? So it starts with obviously the strategic analysis or the SWOTs or, that's a spelling error there, but it's SWOT. That basically identifies where are we at as a municipality. I think that's important to analyze. So that's where we talk about, we've had a lot of reports that we've analyzed. They're pretty recent. And to top it off, we also made sure that we did a lot of best practices. I looked at a series of other strategic plans available with our neighboring communities like Hamilton, Lincoln, Welland, and so forth, and some experience, obviously, that I've had in building some strategic plans. The second component of that, or in the process, is to develop a series of goals and objectives. And here where we are trying to figure out where are we going by identifying these goals and objectives. We've identified 5 goals and 13 objectives. And I'll go through this as we go along the process. The third component is the action plans. And that says, how are we going to get there? And the action plans are very detailed and to some degree boring for most people, but it's important to us as professionals and more important for members of council to identify exactly the action that achieves that goal, and you can measure each action taken. And finally, monitoring and evaluation. Did we get there? How did we get there? Did we get there successfully? And what can we change in the upcoming year? So these are KPIs in particular. The 5 goals are business retention and expansion, and we've identified that from the very beginning as a major component in the retention of existing businesses. We need to build a strong rapport, which was very clearly identified in the BRNE report, a strong rapport with our business community. And that's only done by actually knocking on their door and providing them our services and how we can help them. Whether it's through an expansion that they have to undertake, or whether it's simply by assistance with the regional level of government or the provincial level of government, or even financing for that matter. So it's a combination of requests that they make, and there we are to help them. And I think that's what's required by the local business community, because it's been not done. The second important goal was workforce development and alignment. Most municipalities, if not all, are experiencing a shortage in skilled labor force. That's a given. But in Grimsby, a lot of the business community were concerned about this, and so we want to address it by identifying this issue. And it's very important to know that there is a whole bunch of organizations in and around Grimsby that are doing something about workforce development. The question is, are they actually working collaboratively together to come up with some solutions for our business community? And so we will address that in our strategic plan, and hopefully we'll come up with some action plans and actions that will implement a stronger workforce. Number 3 was business attraction and investment readiness. What I've also, and the group identified, is that we're not ready. If an investment is looking at Grimsby, we don't have the tools or the toolbox where we can identify exactly which land is available, what services are available, and all the other information, data, graphical or otherwise. We just don't have that information in a community profile that's easy and to access and provide the site selector, okay? So business investment readiness is very, very important. And that goes in the whole idea of business attraction. So if we're dealing with an investment looking at Niagara Region, and Niagara Region calls us up and says, do you have this data, this information at the local level so that we can provide this site selector? Well, that's where we come with the community profile and all the other data that we'll be building. So that's what's important about business attraction and investment readiness. The fourth goal is collaborative marketing. A lot of business people in the BRNE identified the collaborative approach in marketing and promotion somewhat collaboratively with the municipality or with the region and or with the private sector. In fact, we've undertaken a couple of collaborative marketing projects just in the past 2 or 3, 4 months, and it worked out quite well. I know recently that with one of our local developers, we supported the collaborative approach of marketing in a major newspaper in Toronto. And So much so that I believe as early as last week, Friday, 5 p.m., they signed a major deal of occupying 15,000 square feet of their commercial building. So it did help. Finally, supporting innovation, entrepreneurship, and home-based businesses. Our economic analysis identified home-based businesses being about 65% of the businesses out there. And we've developed some action steps to address that and see how we can help them. All right? So those are the 5 strategic priorities, the 5 goals. Then what we've done, we've taken each goal and then we've developed objectives with that. A goal is more of a generic term, such as supporting business retention and expansion. The objectives are what we refer to as SMART objectives: specific, measurable, achievable, reachable, and time-bound. That's important. So each objective that we identified here, these are 5 objectives under the goal of supporting business retention and expansion. Each objective, if you've noticed, it is very smart in the sense that it gives you a time bound. It gives you, on a monthly basis, there's 2 or 3 businesses that we will be visiting in order to achieve that goal and so forth, okay? I don't need to go through each objective because of time, but this is how each goal and how many objectives we got per goal and how it's being processed. The next slide shows you how the objective is then translated into an action plan. And this is what the older, I guess a decade ago, the strategy did not provide, is that more detailed action plan approach to strategic planning. This, what it provides is, again, the objective is number 1 here is to proactively improve partnerships with the local business community by implementing an ongoing monthly business visitation program. Well, how are we going to do that? So I'm just going to select a few. Meet with 2 or 3 businesses per month. Who's going to do that? Is the team. The timing associated with that. The cost. And then how are we going to measure whether we were successful in that particular action, which we will measure at the end of every year. And I have to specify here, this is very important, that the budget that you see before you, in the 2022 in particular, has been approved by council already. So whatever you see here has been approved. However, for the 2023, 24, 25 budget, it's going to go through council and has to be approved by council. These are just approximations. At the end, what we've done is provide economic development indicators, sort of a scorecard that you can quickly browse through, and we've identified population as one of the indicators, residential, industrial, and commercial tax ratios. There's been a lot of discussion about that, and for the past 3 or 4 years that I've done an analysis in Grimsby, hasn't changed much. Total investment is about building permits issued, the value of building permit issued in Grimsby. In 2019, it was a banner year, we had $162 million. In 2020, we had 26 million. 2021, we had 28 million. Recently, the director of buildings came before you and showed you the reports identifying those numbers. But we are on the upswing, and I believe that this year we're going to see a lot more than 28 million. And the first quarter of this year is showing positive signs of progress in that respect. We've also identified new business as an indicator as well, but we don't have any stats on that, so that's why it's vacant, it's empty. We have to start somewhere, and that's why this is such a foundational action plan, because that's what we need to identify. So if we identify 2 or 3 businesses that we attracted here, this is where it would go. Employment growth. This is the source. This source comes from the Niagara Workforce Planning Board information. To date, we have 11,214 people employed in our community. So we projected out more or less 12,000 in 2023, and so on and so on. These are possibilities that we see happening in the workforce, but it's positive, it's going up, is the way we've estimated. Business expansions, again, there is no stats on this, so I can't report right now in 2021 what that stat would be. But in 2022, I'll be keeping close track of all that. How many expansions were there in our community? And business visits. How many businesses that we visit? I know that the mayor and the chair and the CAO have been visiting some of the businesses in the previous year or two, but I don't have the stats on that, so I can't report. But I can tell you this, that this year we've already visited 3 or 4 or 5, and we will be reaching way beyond the 18, hopefully, for the balance of 2022. So those were the indicators, and I didn't want to make it a long presentation, so I wanted to also thank a lot of people that have put this together, and there's been countless hours and volunteer hours from GDAC, the actual committee, and the Economic Development Strategic Working Group, of which the chair is here, Alejandra, and Michael Marini is here as well, and David, of course, is our Councillor David Cadwell is on, and Councillor Kevin Ritchie. So there's been a lot of support from our business community. I have to say that it's very satisfying and very rewarding from my perspective. So I'd like to thank them. I also like to thank staff, especially our CAO, who's actually read the strategy on a number of occasions, and I was impressed with that. Most people just glaze over it, but he was right into it, and he made a lot of changes and suggestions. That was good. Thank you. Ken Schultens from the region did also quite a bit of work, especially in the analysis of the SWOTs and so forth. Rachel Bolgandron did a great job as well with us, and Adam June, of course. He started the process, and he did a good job in starting the whole strategic process at the beginning. And finally, the business community and volunteers. There's a lot of businesses that we talked to. We were originally going to have a person-to-person event taking place in January, in middle of January this year. Unfortunately, we had to cancel because of the COVID issues, but we did have virtual meetings with 20 businesses and about another dozen or so people from a variety of local organizations. And Susan Manuel was an individual that I wanted to identify specifically because she did a lot of work along with some of our members of staff in preparing the business retention and expansion report, and that was a major achievement considering that there were about 450 questions when people received it throughout the community. The whole business community received it. Unfortunately, we didn't get the return that we should have gotten. However, it is what it is, and she did a great job with her team, so I'd like to thank her as well. This slide here, before I complete, I wanted to, the next one, please. I wanted to say here that, you know, Grimsby has got a bright future, and, you know, coming from the outside, looking in, Grimsby is going the right direction, you know. And I believe that this strategic plan has to be focused on ICI employment, industrial, commercial employment, because that's where we're going to see the changes in the tax ratio and where we're going to see employment taking place. And this is the kinds of jobs that we want, obviously, in industrial, commercial, and retail sector. And you can see that there's quite a few dollars already approved and under construction or nearing completion. So that's an incredible feat from a small community such as Grimsby. There's a whole lot more proposed, and the private sector, the public sector investment of over $300 million is starting with the hospital this year. And it's already started with the high school as well. You know, we're estimated about 1,000 jobs that will be created, and that's an impressive amount of jobs that will be created as a result of these kinds of projects. Just a quick update before I finish is an update on the recent activities in the past quarter. And this was the concierge service and business visits that, the next slide, please, that we have recently undertaken the past couple of months or so with the CAO and with the chairman of the GDAC. And as you can see those pictures there, we've actually went to visit some startups, and I know that the mayor has been there because the Conerta, which is a hemp manufacturer of, they wash the seeds, I believe they sprout the seeds of the hemp, and then they crush them, and then if you take this powder, it actually lowers your inflammation for your body. So it's a very unique health and science sector type of industry, and they're currently located in 270, and I just heard from them as early as this evening that they're looking at the possibility of the parcel on Wolverton, the 25,000 square foot building there that's been empty for a while. We also went to see Liuna, local 837, the training center. Really a marvelous center. And the members of council will be invited sometime in June to visit their new site. This is where young high school students, grade 11 and grade 12, particularly grade 12, will be going. In fact, as you can see, some of the students, they learn on how to actually operate machinery for construction. They've got about 9 classrooms there, an auditorium. We were very impressed when we went to visit that one. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about some of the touch points that we've completed, and that's Digital Main Street, the program, and the business and service business directory that we completed as well. The matrix on that is that the Digital Main Street was a very important program. It could have been more successful if we didn't have COVID and everything else in between, but this gives you an indication that we did undertake about 170 business contacts. Of that, maybe 35 to 36 of them actually participated in the program. So there is inertia, I believe, that we can make this a go again since the GDAC did approve to move forward on applying for funds again at the provincial level to continue with this particular program. This, as you remember, is the Digital Main Street program is a program that helps our local businesses. And now I understand that even it doesn't have to be a mortar and building it per se, it could actually be in your home as well. I think this is one of the changes that's coming through the Digital Main Street program, that if you are a home-based business, you can actually apply for some of the $2,500 funding that you can receive, right? And then finally, the Business and Service Directory, which is online. I hope that you've been on it. I know that there are 700 visitors as of March at the end of March. There were about 700 visitors that went there, about 500 unique visitors. Average 1 minute they stay on board. But the 500 unique visitors is important, and that's why I've identified it twice. But there are also several local businesses that actually went in and uploaded their information because they were absent. So the directory is a very useful tool for site selectors and for local businesses to find out what and who they can use internally in the community to buy from. Sometimes, we have in our own backyard, we can find potential people that can sell a product or a service. So business, this particular program was funded approximately, I believe it was $2,400 or $2,700 that was received by the region. So it was a good program, and it's up and running, and it's a good touchdown. Yeah, and that's about it that I can say about that particular thing. And finally, I can just end on a very good positive note, and we work very closely with Niagara Region, Economic Development Department there, and recently, in the past few weeks, they've contacted me to determine if we have a site available for an electric vehicle battery manufacturing plant to be located in Niagara Region. And yes, we do have one site. It's 34 acres in size, and it's perfectly located for them. So we are working with the province, we are working with the region, and with the owners of that particular land, because we had to ask their permission first to put their names in, right? So hopefully this process will take the next 2, 3, or 4 months, and hopefully they'll locate in Grimsby. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your presentation, Frank. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Frank, I'm sorry, I made a lot of notes here, so please bear with me. The most important thing you just said was the last announcement you made about the electrical vehicle battery plant. It's funny, I was reading an article the other day that said that this was more of an investment article saying that you should invest in this particular type of product because it's the future. And there's a lot of money to be made investment-wise. So I really encourage you to do what you need to and what you can to get that plant to locate here. That's a long-term employer and definitely something of the future, and we could really use it here. The other thing you talked about, well, one of the other things you talked about was home-based businesses. One of the things I've seen in other towns over the years is that oftentimes you'll get a local catalog of, like Barrie, for example, will put out a catalog that says, Barrie-based businesses. And because a lot of the businesses are home-based, and I do see a lot of them on Facebook and stuff like that, we need some way to get beyond just relying on social media. Social media is great to a point, but not everybody uses it. And we do tend to have a bit of an older population at times, and they don't always rely on social media. And I know myself, I'm not a big fan of social media sometimes. So maybe that's something we could look at as a publication of just local businesses. You talked about, there was one of your slides there where it talked about a group that involved the Chamber, the DIA, and other people like that. Who represents the West End businesses on these meetings? I didn't see any particular group from there. Now, maybe they don't have an association or whatever, but I've always said, as much as I support the downtown businesses, we have businesses all across the town, and they deserve as much opportunity to be exposed and whatever else. So that's a concern of mine, is that I didn't see any comment about West End businesses, and maybe Councillor Cadwell or Councillor Ritchie might be able to add something to that as well. You talked about visits to businesses. One thing you failed to mention in that particular comment was that members of council, as a rule, are generally out talking to business owners all the time. We shop and we go into these stores, we talk to owners. I know I personally will identify myself when I go into stores, see how things are doing. Is there any concerns? Is there anything we can do to help? I do that all the time. You talked about private sector and public sector investments in the town. The one thing I noticed about them was the private sector was all residential, which is a given. The public sector, you wrote the GO, the school, the hospital. The school is outside of Grimsby boundary. The hospital is provincial. The GO is provincial. I would like to see more maybe private-public type of investments in Grimsby. And I guess one of my big things is you talked about an ad that you did with a developer in Toronto, which was fantastic. But I have seen this many, many times from everywhere, from places in the U.S. to places within Canada. Come move here, bring your business, live here. It's usually targeted at higher management people, CEOs, that type of thing, or company owners. But Grimsby has so much to offer. Like, Grimsby is one of the most beautiful towns I've ever seen in my life. It's on the lake. It's got the escarpment. It's right off the QEW, much to the enjoyment of some criminals. But all that aside, this is a great town. And I would really like to see some kind of program aimed out there that says, come to Grimsby, move to Grimsby, whatever you want to call it. I don't care. But, show it. Like, when I talk to people about Grimsby and I say, oh yeah, Grimsby, this, Grimsby, oh yeah, I've been there. I love it. A great town. Or I moved from there. Or I did this, I did that. Grimsby is a really fantastic place. Like, I don't even have to, I used to say Grimsby west of Hamilton. People say, oh no, I know Grimsby. So I really think we should build on that, especially with all the residential going in right now. The last point I want to make is about your chart where you talked about new businesses and, you know, that type of thing. You don't have any stats on businesses expanded and stuff like that. That to me, I think is our key area to be looking at, is that we need to help our local businesses expand. How do we do that? And I'm talking the whole town. But we also need to, again, like I just said, have a plan, move to Grimsby. We need to target these new businesses. There's a lot of businesses that are looking to expand. And as far as staffing, I mean, the staffing will come if we have the jobs. You know, it's like the baseball field. You build the field and they'll come. So I honestly believe that too. And maybe I'm being overly optimistic here, but I think your plan was good and I appreciate it. I also do want to make one, and nothing to take away from anything you've done, Frank. You've done an amazing job. But I do want to just quickly mention again, Adam June, who's now passed. He did an awful great job before you got here, and you know, you've done it. You picked it up well, and I just want to recognize Adam for the work that he did as well as yourself, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, you know, those are very good points and appreciate that. And council is the ambassadors of this community. So yes, I recognize that you touch base with businesses almost daily. Some of you are business owners, and therefore, absolutely, our staff are our ambassadors. So every time we go out there, they're representing us and so forth. But those are really good comments. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I have a few questions for Frank, please. Thank you for the presentation, Frank, and I did read the strategic plan document, and I have a few questions from it. In it, you reference the Niagara Region's grant incentives review, and the region's implementing the Niagara Business Attraction Program, which is a partnering program with municipalities. But to access the program, the town of Grimsby will need to implement an employment community improvement plan that provides them the tax incentive grant. And then in your KPIs for doing the thing, you talk about a business investment CIP for 2023. Can you, I just would like a little more information about how you expect to do that or move that through. That's one of my questions. The second question is, further in the strategic plan, you talk about the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, and I guess, you know, we're all excited about that groundbreaking. I won't take the thunder away from the mayor on that, but you talk about leveraging the hospital to create a health science hub by 2025, and that's starting in 2024. I just want to understand a little bit more about that, and if you've had any interactions with Metrolinx with respect to the GO station. Third question. And last, the budget's 180K, of which the majority is your salary. I think 120 some odd in there is for salaries, and then 60K is the residual, and the budget is showing 180K for 3 years. So you're able to work on this whole strategic plan within that threshold. That's my final question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, with respect to the CIP, the City of Toronto, for example, has a CIP throughout the entire city. And their strategy is to attract investment and retention of investment. So their entire city is a CIP. Earlier, the councillor mentioned that, what about the West End businesses? That was a good question. We did speak to a lot of those businesses out there as well, but it's one of the areas that we should take a look at, and the possibility of having the entire Grimsby being a CIP. And again, we're going to try to explore that possibility. I'm not saying that that it will happen, but it's something that we should explore in the future. Regarding the health science hub, one of our largest employers in this community is health-related businesses. It's the largest employer, about 1,800 people. And because of the hospital, we need to leverage the hospital in seeing how we can explore the possibility of creating a health hub with the private sector. And we've touched base, our CAO and myself have touched base with Hamilton. They've got an amazing health science sector. I think it's the second largest in Canada. And we're going to leverage them as well and see how they can help us possibly leverage with our local hospital and so forth. I don't have the answer to that. It's maybe a year or two down the road, but it's something that we need to explore and see whether we can achieve that objective with the assistance of perhaps Hamilton and the hospital itself, and getting a little group of individuals together to explore that possibility. Metrolinx, I think we have to wait until the election. I believe that they're moving forward very quickly. I know that the CAO has been meeting with the region on go, and it looks like it's a go, hopefully in the next year or two. Obviously, it's an important project for our community, and it's going to bring some housing, and it's going to bring some investment as well. So that's something that we have to focus on. But obviously, we need more communication from the region to the community here in terms of the GO Transit program. You know, when are they coming through? How big is the platform, and so on and so on. So the time frames, and I don't have that information right now, but we will certainly be getting that as soon as we get implementing that particular part of the strategy. And finally, in terms of the budget, well, look, if you want to attract and do a marketing campaign, I have a lot of experience in marketing a community, but it also takes a lot of money to do that. I believe Niagara Region Economic Development is doing that and doing it quite well. Can we do more? Of course. And that's why I talked about collaborative marketing. That's very important. Collaborative marketing, and getting more out of the buck that you put in. But we just don't simply have $50,000 to $100,000 to put together a strong marketing campaign like many other communities of this size actually do. So we have to rely and collaborate with your Niagara region to just do that, and I think they're doing a pretty good job. So I'm not recommending that we put a big budget item for marketing per se. Mr. Chairman.
Frank, just one more question. Sorry, Chair. Just one more quick one, if you don't mind, Mayor.
Yep, that's fine.
Frank, one more question. You talked about, and this comes to the cycling, reviewing a tourism cycling trail. And developing an e-brochure focusing on bike trails. I didn't see any involvement from our active Grimsby community committee here. I didn't see how it just shows linkages between the region, the EDO, and Lincoln. It doesn't show how we will work within. We're doing a trails master plan as well, and the active Grimsby committee is very involved in the bike trails. So are we duplicating resources here, or how are you going to work with our own internal resources and teams to do that? I didn't really see that in this in your strategy.
Right. Good question. We haven't identified all the groups, unfortunately, but we will be working closely with those groups and others. It was an opportunity to look at the possibility of engaging our neighboring community and getting on a bike from one end to the other. It's a nice drive or cycling between Lincoln and our community. I haven't personally done it, but I know our CEO has done it, and he's quite hot on it, and they believe that it's an opportunity that should be explored again. I'm not saying that it's going to be done tomorrow, but we'll certainly look at other organizations locally that can assist us in achieving that objective.
Thanks. I would suggest that, that be a strong partner with our active transportation committee. And it's just because there's money's being expended and resources being expended, and I think we just need to keep that connection close with our own groups here and the outreach they've already done, just so we're not duplicating efforts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, through you to Frank. And I think that other document you referred to about 10 years ago was done by George Shriver.
That's right.
Yes, and I remember reading that when I ran in 2014 because it was a very informative document, and George did it very economically for us, too. I won't say how economically, but we got a deal on it, I want to tell you that. And that being said, it kind of sat on the shelf to some extent because there was nobody around to pick up the ball and run with it. So the first thing I say about this document is it's very refreshing to see the time and effort that's gone into something like this, and it's an action plan. So we're going to make it. It's not going to sit on the shelf and collect dust like poor George's did. It's going to be put to use, and because on this term of council, we've had the foresight to expand and have an economic development officer. If we hadn't done that, you wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't have this in my hands. And of course, we're still in a bit of a quandary about the tax ratio, because I was the one that always said 92% is too much. We've got it down to 90, but it's still not enough. So there's a lot of work there. You identified we have, 100 acres of land available, roughly speaking. The hub, that's strategic for the hospital, the health hub that you talk about, that's fabulous. And some of the, you mentioned some of the industry that you want, or you're suggesting was even the film industry, and I thought, whoa, gee, I didn't even think of that. But yeah, the film industry, agri-food, and beverage sector. We've already talked about health and science, but George also talked about the professionals. So this town's a real attraction for people like that, and we've got the GO station coming. So this is really going to take hold, and we're going to run with it. And I've always said this: performance measured, performance improves, and you're going to do that. And I'm glad to see you getting out and knocking on doors and retaining the businesses that are here in our town now, because they're very, very important. I know from my own business, it's harder to keep a customer than it is to, that's important. You got to keep the customer. You don't want to lose them, because then you won't know where to go to get the next one. So retention is so important. So I thank you and all the people that were involved in this report. It's fabulous. It's going in the right direction. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Here, this is a living document, which means that we will be updating it. You'll notice that some of the stats are, a little bit old, but we're waiting for the Stats Canada, new stats coming out maybe at the end of the year, early next year. Once we get all that information, we'll work with the region on trying to distill that and update this living document again, because the objective of strategy shouldn't be sitting on the shelf, it should be active, and that's why the strategic action plan came about, because you can actually track every action, who's doing it, by when, how much it's going to cost, and more importantly, the KPIs. So, because I would say 90% of all the new jobs created in a community come from existing businesses. So on that basis, we really need to spend 90% of our time with our business community to help them expand. And one of the action plan that we've identified as being a unique one, and that is, how can we maximize the lot coverage of an industrial area or an industrial building? There's a lot of wasted space there, and something that we should look at and work in collaboration with the planning department and buildings department and the region, and see how we can perhaps strengthen that opportunity of an existing business that wants to expand but doesn't have the side yards and so forth. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff to do.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I'd like to extend my thanks to Frank for the work he's done to bring this Economic Development Strategy Action Plan in place, and also the members of GDAC that have been involved with that. Frank did mention their names, but the skill set that we have with that group has just been phenomenal. The dedicated hard work they put into that to get us to move forward and present this strategic action plan. It's just been really, I want to thank them so much for all the hard work they put into that. Just regards to Councillor Vane's question, and I totally agree with him with the West End businesses and that. And I'm understanding and believing that I know the Chamber of Commerce has been reaching out to the businesses out in that area to whether they're going to be joining the chamber or maybe they'll have their own chamber at West End. But there has been some discussions, preliminary discussions going on with that. So, and with regards to the amount of vacant lands, and I've always brought it to the table, brought it forward with those lands. Why are they still sitting vacant? So I know just recently Frank has been looking. He's reaching out to the owners of some of the vacant lands. One is on Tops Drive there. So we're trying to we're doing a job. We're moving forward, trying to reach out to the landowners and how can we help out as GDAC, as economic development to help them, help them get tenants on those properties and that. So, anyways, and again, also something else that's been going on behind the scenes a bit is they're working with some of the high school students, and maybe Frank, if he wants to elaborate on that a little bit more, the video promotion, promoting Grimsby. So I don't know if there's anything you can say to that, Frank, but I know we've had that discussion at some of our GDAC meetings. So, and anyways, that's all I have to say for now, but thanks to everybody for all their hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with respect to the video newsletter, sort of an idea that we had, and Alejandra, and with her help, what we did was worked with the two high schools. We got about 6 students, grade 11 to grade 12 students, in collaboration with York University students, to work together on developing a video newsletter approach. Instead of reading the newsletter, we actually have a little video on it, maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes at the very most. And I like the idea. I think it's a sign of the times, because we like to go on YouTube and check things out. And it was done locally at no cost to us. And it was a great experience for the students. They engaged, they learned more about the community. I know that they interviewed Mayor Jordan and his business there, and other businesses, but in the next few months, I'll bring that out and put it on YouTube and show it to you in advance, of course, of the Casablanca Corporate Center. I think is one of the videos that we're going to be highlighting. Downtown is another, and I think the hospital will be another one as well. So, yeah.
All right, thank you, Frank. Seeing no further questions or comments, need a mover and seconder for the endorsement package. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that the Grimsby Economic Development Advisory Committee Council endorsement package be approved. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Frank, and thank you, members of GDAC who attended council chambers tonight, and the ones that couldn't. Thank you. All right, now we move to adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Bothwell. Resolved that the Grimsby DIA minutes of March 2nd, Committee of Adjustment minutes of April 19th, Grimsby Economic Development Committee of April 20th, Active Grimsby Advisory Committee of April 20th, and Grimsby Green Advisory minutes of April 27th be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're moving to our delegation. Mountain View Lemonade Day Family and Children's Services Niagara, Cheryl Matthews, Fax Foundation Board Director. Welcome, Cheryl.
Thank you very much. So my name is Cheryl Matthews, and I'm the secretary of the FACTS Foundation Board. And with me today is Brett Sweeney, the Director of Communications and Community Engagement from FACTS Niagara. And Brett's going to help me display our presentation today. So we're here to gain your support for a very fun and exciting initiative, Mountain View Lemonade Day on Sunday, June 12th. So Brett, if you could switch to the next slide, that would be great. So the premise of our event, our inaugural event, is kids helping kids. So we have a generous sponsor in Mountain View Building Group, and this is meant to be a community event that encourages children to raise money to send children in care to summer camps. So on June 12th, teams of children will set up their lemonade stands across Niagara and ask for donations. And we have prepared a video for you that will describe it perfectly, and then we'll talk a little bit more about it. So if Brett could cue that up.
So a couple years ago, my sister and I started a lemonade stand. And it was just all about we wanted to raise money. And then we got the idea that the money should go to sending a kid to camp.
Hi, I'm Caroline Paul-Grabier, President of the FACTS Foundation Board. Every day we work with the FACTS agency and the hard work that they do to bring great quality services and programs to the children across the Niagara region. For the past 2 years, COVID has taken a toll on every family, and no more so than the families that we serve at FACTS. Summer camps give great lifelong memories, but most importantly, it helps build social skills and self-confidence.
Hi, I'm Mark Bassiano with the Mountain View Building Group, and I'm honored and excited to be here today as a partner with Family and Children's Services to aid them in their crucial role as they protect children and strengthen families throughout our region. We're really excited to be part of this new initiative, which is really aimed to engage families, particularly young people, to get involved, create awareness in our communities, raise badly needed dollars, and to have some fun along the way. I really want to encourage you to get involved and do your part.
In 2022, our goal is to have 100 stands, and every stand to raise $1,000. It's a big, big goal, but we know we can do it. $100,000 is going to create 400 plus big smiles next summer. We hope you'll help us out.
On Sunday, June 12th, my sister and I will be hosting Mountain View Lemonade Stand. Please help us and proclaim Sunday, June 12th as Mountain View Lemonade Day.
I want to thank you in advance for all your support in something that truly will make a material difference in so many lives across the Niagara region. Please join us on Sunday, June 12th for Mountain View Lemonade Day. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Brett. So we really want to give summer smiles to some of these kids, and because of our generous sponsors, 100% of the proceeds that these kids raise will go to sending vulnerable children and youth to summer camp this July and August. And as I'm sure you heard in the video, after 2 pandemic years, these experiences for kids are needed more than ever. And kids are going to help kids by selling lemonade at their stands. So next slide. One of the coolest parts of this event for our kids is that the stands have been 100% donated by a Mountain View Building Group. So we have 100 stands this year, and we're looking to have kids register. And once they're registered, they'll get the lemonade stand with the banner T-shirts and hats, the lemonade concentrate to make it easy for moms and dads to help them mix up. So we don't want parents to have a lot of work to do here. They'll have the lemonade pitchers, stickers, cups, and more. And the best part is that every dollar raised will go to send vulnerable kids to camp this summer. So we took a crack at looking at the region, knowing that we have 100 stands. So this could change depending on what our registration looks like, but based on population and vastness of the area. For Grimsby, we're hoping for at least 7 stands in the area. And if demand is super popular, we'll encourage kids to team up because we are looking to raise at least $1,000 per stand to reach our goal. Next slide, please, Brett. So our ask today is that the town of Grimsby help us promote and declare Sunday, June 12th as Mountain View Lemonade Day in support of Family and Children's Services Niagara. And a big thank you to all the sponsors and to you for allowing us to talk to you today. We need your support.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we're really looking forward to June 12th and getting at least 7 stands in Grimsby. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I just wanted to say I'd never heard of you until tonight, and I'm so glad you came to council to tell us about you. So thank you for the presentation, Cheryl, and I look forward to buying a little bit of lemonade from the kids. I guess the kids will be manning the stands, will they?
Yes, that is the intent. They'll also have online registration where folks can go and make online donations, or they can visit the stand with cash donations.
So are the 7 locations in Grimsby already established?
They are not. We're looking for our townships in the region to help us promote the day, whether you have some of your own online social media sites and community partners to get the word out, and hopefully we get kids registering online and creating their teams.
I'm sure our staff, especially Parks and Recs, will be happy to find some locations for you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. To the presenters, where can we register for this? My kids, I have young kids, they're always talking about selling lemonade, or we grow raspberries and they want to put them out on the street and sell them to the neighbors. Where can residents get information if they want to start one of these stands? And if there's only a limited amount, can we start our own and still donate?
Absolutely. So Brett, I don't know if you still have that. Yeah, there we go. I was just going to ask them to bring that slide up. So you can register today at the www.faxniagarafoundation.org. All the information is there. The kits will also come out with, some helpful tips to make your day a success. But if you follow that link, and we can send information to you, to the council as well. So you have the information.
Thank you.
All right, again, thank you very much for your presentation. Cheryl, seeing no further questions or comments from council, we need a mover and seconder to proclaim Sunday, June 12th, 2022 as Mountain View Lemonade Day in the town of Grimsby. So mover by Councillor Sharp, seconder by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas Family and Children's Services, FACS Niagara, has been dedicated to protecting and supporting children and improving the lives of vulnerable children, youth, and families across the Niagara Peninsula since 1898, and whereas Mountain View Building Group and other generous sponsors are supporting FACS Niagara Foundation in these efforts by encouraging children and families to give back to their community by registering online and setting up lemonade stands across the town of Grimsby and the Niagara Peninsula on Sunday, June 12th, and whereas Mountain View Building Group and other great community sponsors have generously provided 100 lemonade Day kits, so every family and child can have the resources needed to successfully participate, and so all the funds raised by children go directly to sending vulnerable children supported by FACS Niagara to summer camps, and whereas by instilling the values of community, generosity, and goodwill in the next generation, Mountain View Building Group and other generous sponsors are helping build a brighter future for Niagara. And whereas the town of Grimsby commends the hundreds of young citrus-squeezing children for their philanthropy and hard work, generosity, goodwill, and for making our community a much better place to live, therefore be it resolved that the delegation regarding Mountain View Lemonade Day be received, and that the Council of the Town of Grimsby hereby encourages children of the Town of Grimsby to participate in the annual Mountain View Lemonade Day, and that the Council of the Town of Grimsby encourages all citizens of the Town of Grimsby to support these children in their efforts by generously donating in person or online to the Mountain View Lemonade Day stands, and help send 450 children from Niagara Peninsula to experience summer camp in 2022, and that the Council of the Town of Grimsby hereby proclaims Sunday, June 12, 2022 as Mountain View Lemonade Day in the Town of Grimsby. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Cheryl. You have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Thanks so much.
You're very welcome. Now we move to our consent agenda, Administration and Finance consent. Councillor Bothwell?
Can I please lift 7.1C?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we need a mover and seconder for the remainder of our consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Moved by Councillor Frank, second by Councillor Vardy. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole hereby approves the following items, and the various consent items be approved on the recommendation as contained therein. Report TC 22-10, reduced council meeting schedule for summer months. Report TC 22-11, municipal significant event, spring swing. Report DRS 2210, road use for the Peach Bud Race Niagara Triathlon and Iron Girl Canada. Report DPW 2214, 2020-2021 Annual Road Quality Management System Infrastructure Review. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we're going to deal with the item 7.1C, report CAO 22-04, operational information request. Councillor Bothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and I appreciate that the CAO did put this in writing so the public has it available. The whistleblower policy, I'm pleased to see the third-party reporting mechanism now in place, and that there's going to be training, and it's available to people who wish to use the whistleblower policy now without reprisal. The information request regarding the acting director of planning update, I note that it states that the CAO, Mr. Schlein, has assumed the role of the director of planning in an acting capacity since February the 24th. And while the recruitment is ongoing, the CAO will remain in this role, providing oversight to the departments. I just would like some clarification on two things. Now that the CAO's contract is actually in the public domain, I just wondered if the additional role of director of planning or taking on the role of a staff person would be something that would be normally incorporated into a CAO's role. And maybe this is the clerk who can answer that question. And then whether there's any acting pay, reimbursement, salary for taking on that role outside of the CAO's current salary. And considering that the length of time is ongoing until we can staff, and knowing that some of these processes can take 6 to 8 months, are we looking at that oversight continuing for that lengthy period? And is the CEO able to administer the Director of Planning's obligations in addition to his own for that length of time? Thank you.
CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to state that I'm assuming the acting role of Director of Planning and Building. The councillor said Director of Planning and looking at both activities. Walter Basic in the information report is providing the leadership for the planning team. So Walter is doing most of the day-to-day operational work of the planning team, all of it. And of course, Paul Nickerson is providing leadership of the building team. So I'm providing oversight. Of course, there's absolutely no incremental pay for a CAO to be doing this. It's part of my obligation to make sure that business can continue. Both people, Walter and Paul, are working very well, and we're having weekly meetings, and I'm being involved in that and getting updated. So it's working very well. This is an operational matter, not a policy matter, and it's working well for now, and we're working diligently on the recruiting process.
Councillor Vardy.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess two things. One, I'm surprised to only find out now, 2 months later, that you've assumed this position. I would have thought that would be something that you would have apprised us of right away. My question to you is, what actions have been taken to date to staff this position?
Again, because it's strict through you, Mayor, it's strictly an operational role that I'm assuming here. It's not a policy. And Walter and Paul are quite capable. From the day I was advised by the Director of Planning that she was leaving the Caledon, we have gone out and sought a headhunter because of the scarcity of executive planners in Ontario. There's real shortages out there, and we needed some professional help to assist us with that. We're getting some good initial applicants, but we still are going to be looking at a little more time in this, probably another month or so before we start the interview process.
As a follow-up, which headhunter did you use?
It was called Phelps. Phelps, resourcing.
All right, any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I need a mover and seconder to receive the review. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vane. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Vane, report CAO 22-04 operational information request dated May 2nd, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to Section 10, Public Works, Report 10.1, Report DPW 2213, Baker Road North and Central Avenue Traffic Control Analysis. Brandon?
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you. This report's being brought forward to address a motion from Council asking staff to review the intersection of Baker Road and Central Avenue to consider the installation of all-way stop signs at that intersection. Currently, the intersection is signed with stop signs at the east-west approaches, so that's the Central Avenue approaches, and there are no stop signs in the north-south direction. Provided a map in Appendix A, I believe. Intersection has come up for discussion a number of times in the past. Concerns primarily being around the absence of stop control for traffic traveling north-south and the potential conflict this could have with pedestrians traveling east-west, essentially going to and from the park using the sidewalk on the south side of Central Avenue. So staff have reviewed the intersection on a number of occasions to determine if additional stop signs would be warranted in that north-south direction. In each instance, we determined that the warrant criteria for stop signs in the north-south direction were not met. Just to provide some additional context into how we came up to this determination. So the Ontario Traffic Manual, or OTM book as we call it, is a series of documents that provides guidance for the application of traffic control devices on Ontario roadways. The Ontario OTM Book 1, or to quote that, it speaks specifically for the purpose of the document is to, the objective is to promote safe driving behavior achieved by predictable roadway environment through the consistent, appropriate application of traffic control devices. So to say it another way, we use signs appropriately and consistently to ensure characteristics of the roadways are predictable and safe. OTM Book 5 deals specifically with the regulatory signs, including stop signs. And per the OTM Book 5, the 2000 version, there are 4 main criteria that we use in determining if all-way stop control or a 4-way stop is warranted. The first 2 warrants are relating to the traffic volume. The first warrant speaks to all legs of the intersection exceeding 350 vehicles in a peak hour period. And then the second one, the volume does not exceed a 65-35 split on a 4-leg intersection. So what they're saying is at least 35% of the traffic needs to be traveling on the minor leg of the intersection before we would consider stopping the major leg. So in this case, both of the criteria 1 and 2 were not met at this intersection. The remaining 2 criteria speaks specifically to the number of collisions. So if there's a high frequency of collisions, then it could be considered. In this case, we're not. And then the last one is driver sight lines available at the intersection. So again, we talk about in the report that the sight lines were adequate in the area. Based on those warrants, we are therefore not recommending that a four-way stop control be installed at this location. With that said, again, we do recognize that there are ongoing concerns with pedestrians, about the pedestrians at the intersection, and we are recommending we include the intersection as part of a larger pedestrian crossover study that we're hoping to complete later this year. So just to kind of quickly speak to pedestrian crossovers, so relatively new standard that's been updated in the last five years or so. The new standard allows installation of control signs that require drivers to stop and yield to pedestrians when pedestrians are present at the crossing location. As this type of treatment would be the first in the town, staff are recommending we complete a comprehensive review of how and where we would implement such treatments before proceeding implementation at a specific intersection. So again, we hope to look at that intersection specifically, but in the context of those type of treatments on a town-wide basis, similar to kind of what we did for our pilot program for the in-street bollard. So again, we hope to carry out this review during the summer and bring more information back to council in the fall. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Questions or comments from council? Councilor Ritchie.
Thank you to the mayor, and Brandon, thank you for this report. Although I know we're looking at the metrics today, the reason this was brought forward again is with the construction of the hospital happening, I believe there's going to be many vehicles looking for the north-south corridors to bypass the potential construction site of the hospital. And with Baker Road being no stop sign at Central, it's probably the easiest road from this end of town to slide into Baker, straight up, and don't have to stop and continue on. And it's the safety of the kids at the park that I look at the most, and I hear constituents in my ward speaking to that intersection. So although I do respect the report, I would like to put a motion to install a four-way stop sign at that intersection until staff is completed, and direct staff to further complete the assessment, the second part of the motion there. So again, I'd like to put a motion that council directs staff to make Baker and Central an all-way stop, and council directs staff to complete further assessment of this location as part of a larger pedestrian crossover treatment assessment review on town roads later this year, and report back to council with further recommendations.
I'll second that motion.
All right, I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane. Resolved that report DPW 22-13 Baker Road North and Central Avenue Traffic Control Analysis dated May 2nd, 2022 be received and that a four-way stop be installed at Baker Road North and Central Avenue. Questions or comments? Councillor Cadwell, I think, is first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thanks for the report, Brandon, and thanks for the bringing this forward to Councillor Ritchie too. So I'm just curious, was there any previous data, a study done, even though the park has been there for quite a while, Rotary Park there, that since before the construction of the subdivision on the north side of I'll call it the Phelps subdivision. Yeah. So was there data prior to that at all that to compare to at all? Because there are a lot of homes were put into that subdivision there. So and a lot of people have moved in. So that's where I'd be curious to know. And I just got a couple other things too, Brandon. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, excuse me. So I believe we looked at it a number of times prior to the implementation or the construction of that subdivision. And as part of the subdivision as well, there would have been a traffic impact study that would have been completed. So, and again, it's something that we've heard concerns over time, and obviously we take those concerns seriously. So it's we continually monitor that area and have run it through the warrants a series of times. But again, based on the information that we've had and the data we collected, is the warrants aren't met at this time.
Thanks, Brandon. Another question: Is there, and I believe there was some talk, excuse me, but is there plans for any future redesign of Central Avenue? I'm thinking, more of a urban type of road, curb and gutters and all that stuff. So, which would maybe it would definitely enhance more traffic, I would think too. So yeah, just as there plans for a redesign now, Brandon.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, Central Avenue, Marlow, and the north end of Park Road. So Park Road between Central and Marlow are currently slated in our 5-year capital program for reconstruction. I think we're currently targeting 2025 for road reconstruction. So that would include urbanizing the road to curb and gutter, similar to what you see on Central Avenue. That would be west of Baker, and that will carry right through to the other end of Central, where it connects to the just past the other side of Park is urbanized as well. As part of that work, we will be looking at putting another sidewalk on the north side of the road as well, which would, again, provide some additional, protection to the pedestrians as they navigate that area. So there'd be sidewalks on both the north and south sides on Central Avenue between Park and Baker.
Yeah, thanks again, Brandon. As you were giving your report, and you mentioned about the number of accidents, which I believe are there any accidents? Or sorry if I missed that. At that intersection of Central and Baker.
Yeah, I think I don't have I could pull up the report, but I think it was one in the last 3 years. So it equated to 0.3 average or something like that, I think is, if I do my math right.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just what come to mind is what we did for the Grimsby Diamond, but obviously we had the accident numbers. But even to put, solar flashing red lights on the top of stop signs, I think that has worked so well with regards to getting people's attention to stop too. So is that something, even though we don't have the accident statistics, could we look at that as an enhancement to the to that intersection? Anyways, I just came to mind when you spoke on that part of the report.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the request is more to deal with my understanding is the fact that there is not a stop sign in the north direction, so doesn't allow the pedestrians to cross east-west, so from the park to further along Central Avenue, without stop control, without a dedicated crossing. So One of the ideas that we're looking at is again, I was talking about earlier, is pedestrian crossovers. And the type of treatments these crossovers have are they're regulatory signs, so they're white in nature. They have a pedestrian visible, and you would paint the markings on the road to delineate it as a crossing. And in certain instances, the higher level PXOs actually have flashing lights on top of them. They flash orange. Mind you, those instances are a little bit more expensive to implement, but that would provide the opportunity for pedestrians to come up to the location, press a button, the lights start flashing, and then the vehicles are required to stop at that location, let the pedestrians cross, and then the vehicles can go through. So that was, again, what we were hoping to analyze as part of the pedestrian crossover study.
Thank you very much, Brandon.
All right, next I have Councillor Sharp, then Councillor Bothwell.
My question was answered. I'll defer.
All right, Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I support, and I think it's great that Brandon's put in this resolution that that the larger pedestrian crossover treatment be reviewed on town roads later this year, and that they report back to council with further recommendations. I think putting in stop signs would, it's premature in the sense that we know that they are going to review this later this year, so we will see it come back to council. Also, if we bypass the warrant procedures and all of our criteria here in this particular case, we're opening the door for other streets that have problem areas to say, how come they got a four-way stop without meeting none of the criteria that warranted it? And I can see that being an issue on Roberts Road, for instance. So it'd be very hard to justify bypassing the warrant criteria that we use and establish in all the other areas to say that this one deserves it and the others don't. So I'm hesitant to do that. I am very supportive of reviewing the pedestrian crossover, and I think that would be an effective tool if staff recommend that further.
Councillor Vardy.
Yeah, I guess what I was going to ask you, it's difficult when we sort of say yes to one and we've turned down so many others because the warrants don't justify it. If we opened it up, then I'd say we have to open up all the others. So I guess my question is, two things. One, what's the downside of doing it? Is it the fact that we ignore the warrant system? And I guess two, if we follow your report, is there any way that we can fast track what kind of safety measures we can put in place at that intersection? And perhaps down the road, the warrants may justify it.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess the first question, is there a downside? Well, under the Municipal Act, we have the right to enforce bylaws or enact bylaws on our roads, and so it's supported by the Highway Traffic Act. Again, if you're asking for my professional opinion of whether a stop sign should go in, our recommendation is no, but does council have the authority to install stop signs at their discretion? Yes, certainly. The downside of that is, I think you touched on it, is are we setting a precedent for other locations? And if we're, that's why, we follow standards, we follow rules. It ensures that we're treating every request in a fair manner, and we're ensuring that we're only putting these stop signs in where they meet the warrants or the standards that we follow. So I'm sorry, if you can repeat your second part, I just lost that.
So you're putting my short-term memory to the test. I guess the downside of doing this was one question, and the other part was Can we fast track other measures, is the second part.
So, I mean, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of fast tracking, I mean, we have a lot of initiatives on the go. I'd hate to say we're able to do one over the other. I think, again, we've tried to lay out operationally what we felt we could accomplish this year. I am committed with my team to have the work done this year, this summer, hopefully. I mean, I can't give you a definitive date just because, but I will. We do take it seriously. We have identified it as a need for us to do that type of review. So I am trying to commit to it to do by the fall. I think that's a reasonable time frame for us to get it sorted out. I guess using the word fast tracked or not, I'm not sure. Sorry.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Brandon, a couple quick questions. What is the cost to install these additional 2 stop signs?
The cost would be minimal. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the cost would be minimal.
Okay. What are the age of the kids that go to school in that area and go to the parks?
I wouldn't be able to tell you without analyzing it further, but you can imagine, obviously, parks are usually frequented by younger kids.
Okay. Age of people attending is considered their warrants?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
That's
Is
okay.
the age of the people and the children that attend the parks or are in this area, is that considered as part of your warrants, or is it just a generic?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I did identify, when we look at this, I'm referring to OTM Book 5 again, and this is the standard we follow, and I can offer a quote. Basically, it says, all stop controls should not be used under the following conditions. There's about 10 bullets under that statement. The first bullet states, where the protection of pedestrians, school children in particular, is a prime concern, and the concern cannot be directly addressed by other means. So to me, when I read that statement, is they're clearly saying we should not be putting stop signs in for the purposes of protecting children. And so that's why I think we feel that the better, more effective solution here might be a pedestrian crossover, but we can't commit to that until we look at it further.
A couple of things I'd like to just add there, Brandon. With all due respect, obviously you're the expert in this. I am not. I am only talking from emotion as a parent and whatever else. Now my kids are all grown up, obviously, but I just, with all due respect, as you stated there, and I know that my father was a police officer, I have this discussion on these types of things. With all due respect to what you just said, it says in the event that there is other options available, and you are talking about other options. So I think we're kind of splitting hairs, you and I here, in that you're right, there is better options available, but they're not available today. A stop sign can go in tomorrow, hypothetically speaking, can go in tomorrow at minimal cost, as you said yourself. We're talking about young children. And again, I don't mean to sound like a broken record. I don't mean to sound like a fear-mongerer by any means, but we know that young children don't pay attention. We know that young children are like almost like our pets. They'll see something and they'll chase it, whether it be a ball or a dog or whatever. I think for the minimal cost, and because they can be easily removed when a more permanent solution is found, and because of the ongoing construction in the area and the increased traffic, potential for increased traffic, I would support this, and I will support this. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think sometimes we've got to play outside the box. And I think for a precaution measure, if you'd say it was like $57,000, which I know lights costs, but or more, I would have great hesitation. But we're talking a minimal cost here with a maximum possible payback in the protection of children. And that's just my opinion, but that's what I think. Thank you, Brandon. I totally respect what you're saying, and I totally agree with you. I just think in this case, we need to maybe think outside a little deeper. But thank you so much for your report.
Councillor Ritchie.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Brandon, again, I thank you for this report. And I guess the first question I have is this going to be the first study done for this PXO, controlled pedestrian crossover?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it'd be the first one in the town of Grimsby. So they are in use again in other municipalities. Going back to Lincoln, I know there's a few that I can actually probably give you the specific location. I can't think of off the top of my head today, but very similar circumstances where they've put in a pedestrian crossover right next to a park. I think that installation has occurred within the last year or so. So that, again, that would be one of our follow-up items, would be to actually reach out to Lincoln and to hear what is the feedback they've got from the community with respect to that pedestrian crossover that they've installed there. So hopefully that answers your question.
It did, thank you. So, and I can understand us wanting to do our due diligence and making sure that that study is done correctly. And that's why I brought the motion forward that we install the stop signs until staff has an opportunity to complete that study and bring back the recommendation what should be appropriate for that area, as the PXO might be the right thing to do. I just think that during the summer, with its coming, and after 2 years of COVID, you're going to have a lot more activity with the construction happening on Main Street with the hospital, that Baker is going to be used a lot more frequently. And so I think that as a temporary measure, at least to start, the always stop is a great idea for now. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, could I respond to that?
Yes, absolutely.
So again, I'm offering my professional opinion, and council can take that and make their decision based on that or not. I just want to caution, when we're talking about a temporary installation of stop signs, that's where my recommendation would be you either choose to install the stop signs on a permanent basis based on council's decision, or you defer until we do that pedestrian crossover study. The concern, anytime that you change stop signs in an area, there's a whole policy in terms of the amount of time that you have to do in terms of laying that out. I believe you have to put advanced warning 30 days in advance that you're going to be changing the intersection. Then you put the stop signs up. You have the new, they're basically signs that are beacons on top, and they say new, and you have to keep them up for a certain period of time, I think 30 or 45 days. Once the intersection's established, then you pull those new signs down. If we were going to take those off and change the intersection again, you'd have to go through a similar process. So I would say that is probably the most riskiest period of time, where during that time where you're changing the intersection from an existing situation where they're traveling and putting a new measure in, because those drivers are traveling that area and are used to it and aren't used to that new stop sign that's coming in. So that's where I would just caution. Again, I'm happy to accept council's decision. I would just caution with respect to the temporary nature of installing the stop signs. That's all.
And thank you, Brandon. So a question I guess I have on top of that then is, there's many locations where these PXOs work in conjunctions with always stops, correct? Maybe not in Grimsby, but throughout many municipalities where they have an always stop, and they can also have a pedestrian crossing where someone can come and push a sign, push the button to make it all flash as well.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any locations. My understanding is the PXOs are typically a separate installation, typically installed, at like a mid-block location. Where's a good example? Downtown St. Catharines on St. Paul Street, I believe there's one there near the arena, where again, it's like a mid-block location where you have the flashing light. Again, you hit the button, it starts flashing, and the drivers are required. So again, putting the stop sign in with a crossing there, again, is one avenue of providing a crossing there. But again, it just doesn't meet the warrants, that's all.
Councillor Cadwell.
Thanks, Mayor Jordan. This one is, I do like the idea of the always stop, but then again, according to your analysis, it's not warranted. You're looking at the PXO controlled pedestrian crossing. I just think about, Brandon, I know you've been involved with this a lot, Baker Road in Dorchester, up at the top end there. There's there's just a stop sign coming up to Baker Road, but there's no stop signs on Dorchester, which we've studied that area numerous times because it is a long run. I think it's well over a 1.3 kilometers roughly, just to try to slow traffic down. And again, with the concern and the issue I have with this is that if with your information and your studies, and if we go ahead and do it, and something were to happen, could we be liable as for doing that when the studies aren't warranted? So,
through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I struggle with that answer. I think the answer is yes. We could be subject to liability, given that we've indicated it doesn't meet a warrant. But I mean, I can't really say what level that would be, or I mean, I guess we'd have to consider that you are putting a controlled stop sign in, so there is again an onus on the driver to follow the rules. But at the same time, if we've clearly done a study and indicating it's not warranted, is there a liability? I would assume, but I'm not an expert in I guess liability or risk, but I think there could be a possibility. Maybe just to add to that, again, I think one of the things that we've been hesitant, or the reason why we follow the warrants that we do is, I think what you could find is that drivers, if they're not seeing those pedestrians there on a regular basis, or they're not seeing the cross traffic there on a regular basis, what can happen is you run into like roll through situations or non-compliant situations. So, the drivers, they tend to, I drive this street every day. I don't see pedestrians here. I'm going to roll through, and the risk and potentially of putting a stop sign in when not warranted is what you can do is you give the pedestrians a false sense of security and the fact that, there's a stop sign, they're supposed to stop, and there's a pedestrian, lines across the road, and they're supposed to stop for me. But, I guess that's kind of the risk that I've thought of, when considering the situation. Hopefully that answers.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I didn't mean to put you on a spot there either, but thanks for your response.
Councillor Frake.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Brandon, thanks for the report, and I really appreciate you're following all of the rules of the warrants and so on and so forth. I must admit, living in Ward 1, I oftentimes now, and I see a lot of other cars and vehicle traffic, go down Baker to take Central to avoid Main Street when they're coming from west to east, or east to west, sorry. I being one of those people. So I think there's more traffic along that road now, without a question. I think the Phelps development, I forget how many homes are there. I mean, is it 300? I can't remember. There's quite a few. That has also created a lot of extra traffic along that area. And down the road, and we're talking the hospital, but that's 3 or 4 years down the road. McNally House, that's 3 or 4 years down the road, but that will come eventually as well. But when I look at the minimal costs for the sake of safety, I have to err on the side of having a stop sign. If it's a minimal cost and it could save one life or one injury, I've got to vote on that side. And I really, really appreciate your expertise, and I know you do an extremely great job giving us all the details. But in this case, I think that Central Avenue and Baker, that intersection is getting really, really busy. And it will continue to get busier as time goes on. With the summer coming up, I think it'll get busier again. So anyways, yeah, I appreciate it, but I think that for me, I think I have to go with the resolution that Councillor Ritchie put forward. Anyway, thank you for all your trouble. It's really well appreciated, and at least we get to see both sides of the story. Thank you very much.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. Brandon, I think Councillor Frake just basically said what we're all thinking, that we really do respect what you're saying, and we understand that you're bound by certain suggestions and stuff like that. But I just want to address that one comment you just said about the driver who rolls through. Rolling through a stop sign is a charge called failing to come to a complete stop. And if you are brazen enough, let's say you're breaking the law, if you do that, then the town's not going to be held liable because you chose not to follow the laws. So I understand your reasoning there, but I would have no sympathy for any driver that caused an accident because they rolled through because of what they thought. Too bad. The rules apply to everybody. Get used to it. So I do, again, strongly agree with both Councillor Frake and Councillor Ritchie that they are the ward representatives for that area. They see it far more than we do. And not to question your judgment. Like I say, you're the expert. None of us are. We're just making a decision based on emotion more than anything else, I believe. But I am going to support it, Brandon. And that's not a reflection of you or the work you've done or the report. That's just my personal feelings. All right. And again, thank you very much for the work.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Vane, resolved that report DPW 22-13 Baker Road North and Central Avenue traffic control analysis dated May 2nd, 2022 be received, and that a four-way stop be installed at Baker Road North and Central Avenue until staff complete further assessment at the location this location as part of a larger pedestrian crossover treatment assessment review on town roads later this year, and report back to council with further recommendations. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Ritchie.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to resolution 10.2, Balsam Lane parking lot. Councillor Sharp, you brought it forward. You'd like to speak first?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan. So I brought this resolution forward after I've been talking to some of the businesses downtown. On Balsam, it was noticed last meeting. It's a resolution now. Thanks. On Balsam Lane, that's like the parking lot out behind the CIBC towards the liquor store and the funeral home. And it's municipally owned parking, and it's used for the businesses downtown. It's used for shoppers, and it's also used by the employees of those businesses. And so recently, there's been a few parking tickets issued for people parking over 2 hours. There's a 2-hour limit back there. And we are currently engaged in a parking study, and we're seeking some solutions to where the businesses can park. And at the current time, I wanted to make this resolution that we would hold that we would not issue tickets, we would not enforce that 2-hour parking until after we can finish that parking study and find a proper solution to where the business owners and their employees can park. Thank you.
Councillor Vane.
I'm kind of a split decision on this one. We received an email recently where someone walked from the parking lot, the municipal parking lot, located on just off Christie there, and it was less than a 2-minute walk to get to the stores. Now, having worked in retail for many years before I got into law enforcement, we were always told that if we worked in a mall, you were to park at the farthest part of the mall, or if there was no parking available, you were to find other parking. I can appreciate that employees want to park close to work. We all do. I mean, at my current work location, employees can walk 10 or 15 minutes from a parking lot to get to our office. So While I totally sympathize, and I know I'm going to upset some employees here and possibly business owners, but you know what? It's not the town's responsibility to keep finding parking for spaces. We have to be somewhat reasonable. And we've got to be willing to walk a little bit. Just because you want to park right beside your store, right in front of your store, that's not going to help the business. That's going to hurt business. Because if people have to spend too much time looking for a parking space or can't find one at all, they're not going to shop there. And that's the way I do things. I don't mind going to a parking lot and parking somewhere, but I don't expect to have to park at the far ends if all the employees are parked at the front. That just doesn't make sense to me. If they're accommodated, I understand that. I have no problem with that. But at the same time, I think there's got to be a little give and a little take here until such time as we can find something. I know there's been talk of one business owner wanted us to put in a parking garage. The main request was to accommodate employees and tenants and stuff like that. And, that's a lot of money. So I would like to see a little give and take here. So I'm not going to support this at this time. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Oh, Councillor Frake, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yeah, I tend to agree with part of this motion. I look at the parking downtown, and I've categorized, I got 5 categories of people who park their cars downtown. There's employees of the businesses. There are residents of people who live downtown. There are the owners who own businesses downtown. They park in those lots. There's others, like people who just use those parking lots as a carpool and end up somewhere else in the region or downtown Toronto. And there are customers to the retail areas downtown. So if I had to prioritize that list, and if you had to ask the merchants downtown how they would prioritize that list, I would think they would put customers at the top of the list, because that's what keeps them alive. And I certainly wouldn't want a customer to get a ticket. I mean, so I do believe the 2-hour limit should be taken away. I mean, I think that should be taken out of the bylaw totally, for now anyways, until we get a better solution. And then after customers, I think residents. There's a lot of residents who live above some of those shops downtown. Where do they park? I mean, they sometimes lose out as well. So I do tend to lean towards what Councillor Sharp is doing here. I think we should hold back any 2-hour parking limits downtown, for sure. I mean, we know it's created quite a kerfuffle there not so long ago, where 24 people downtown got tickets, and there was a combination of employees, customers, a whole lot of that list, actually, customers and residents and everybody. So until we know what we're doing, I think we should eliminate the 2-hour parking downtown until we figure out what we want to do and where we're going to go. And there is a parking study coming this year, hopefully. We've allotted $100,000 for that parking study. So until we get that study done, let's not mess around too much with the downtown area. So I will endorse your resolution. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Councillor Vane.
Thank you. I just listening to Councillor Frake's comments, and I get what he's coming from, and I agree with him in some ways. But I just want to add, if we alter the bylaw, and something else that was suggested is that, as you're saying, the residents, I agree with that. I totally sympathize. If they're living above the store, of course they need somewhere to park. Would it be possible to, and I'm just throwing this out as a suggestion, it's up to Councillor Sharp if he wants to consider it, would it be possible to change the 2 hours to a 3-hour limit and issue some kind of permits to residents living in that area who actually, or warranted, like who live above stores or something? It's my biggest concern is that I understand some people are concerned that staff won't be happy if they have to park down the street. And it just goes against what I was always led to believe. Anyways, I'm just throwing that out there as a suggestion. I agree with what Councillor Frake's saying. We're doing a big study and all this other stuff, and maybe 2 hours is not enough, especially if you're having lunch and doing some shopping. So maybe we need to look at like a 3 hour. So it's just the idea is we should be able to find a way that customers can find a parking space, and that residents in the area who live there have a space to park as well without being tagged. So maybe a pass system or something. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
CAO.
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, these type of suggestions will be looked at in the parking study. So I wouldn't recommend policy on the fly here. Let the parking study happen, see what falls out, and then we'll come back to council with possible solutions. So if you're going to move this way, just support the motion, allow the parking study to be completed, and then that way we can come up with some solid solutions. Thank you.
All right, I have Councillor Vardy next, then Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say, yeah, it's important that we do this parking study and get a sense of what our needs are. I do think that we have to start looking at paid passes for people who are going to be parking consistently over the 2-hour limit. If you want to park there, then you buy a pass, and I think that should be looked at as part of the parking study. I know in the federal government, if you can get a parking spot, you're lucky, and you're definitely going to pay a lot for it. So I just think, if we want to build our downtown and have customers coming, then we have to put the customers first. So we should be thinking about maybe there's an area where it's paid parking for people who purchase a monthly parking pass. Thank you.
Councillor Bothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. And Councillor Vardy and the other councillors have all good points, and Councillor Sharp has a good point. We're just kind of in the middle of solutions, and I think part in these types of potentials that we can't, if we implementing something will provide an advantage to certain groups, and it might, I don't know how it will impact the overall parking study if we change the dynamics now when they're in the middle of a parking study, and if we were to implement a new policy of paid parking or taking the 2 hours out, it'll skew perhaps how the consultant's going to view the pressures and demands that we currently have and we're facing. So I'd like it to remain, I think, the way it is while the parking study is being undertaken, and then we have a better picture of actually what's on the ground happening. For Brandon, the 2-hour parking bylaw, how long has that been in place in the Balsam, and 2-hour restriction in the Ontario Street lot on the other side of the street behind Giant Tiger?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know offhand, but I could certainly look into that to determine when the bylaw was written.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frey. I don't think.
Mayor, sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear Brandon's response. Sorry.
He didn't. He had to look into it, so he will get back to you on that. So. Yeah, moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frey. Whereas parking for employees of downtown businesses is limited, whereas the town of Grimsby is currently engaging in a parking study for downtown, be it resolved that the town of Grimsby hold and abandons enforcement of the 2-hour parking limit downtown around Balsam Lane until the parking study is completed and a new parking strategy can be implemented for downtown businesses. Recorded vote requested by Councillor Frey.
Councillor Bothwell? Councillor Bothwell? I think you're muted.
No, I think we're breaking up quite a bit. Hopefully, Sarah, we're having a bad connection. Just so you know, I think the connections are breaking up with the live stream, just so you know.
No, yes. Councillor Bothwell was a no. Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
Yes.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
No.
Councillor Vardy?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan? That's carried. That's carried.
All right, now we're moving to Section 12, Notice of Motion. Councillor Ritchie, you have a Notice of Motion for this evening? I will read it. Our Town of Grimsby Notice of Motion, introduction date, May 2nd, 2022. Subject, Print Media Distribution Bylaw, requested by Councillor Ritchie. Whereas Section 128 of the Municipal Act 2001, subsection, SO 2001, C25, as amended, provides that a local municipality may prohibit and regulate with respect to public nuisances, including matters that, in the opinion of council, are or could become public nuisances, whereas Section 11 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001, C25, as amended, provides that the municipality may pass bylaws respecting inter alia health, safety, and the well-being of persons and waste management. Therefore, be it resolved that town staff be directed to investigate and provide a recommendation on the implementation of a bylaw respecting the distribution of printed media. I acknowledge that this notice of motion will be given consideration at the May 16, 2022 Committee of the Whole meeting.
Mayor, we have 2 proclamations, so we'll do those first.
All right. Okay, do you have that? All right, now we move to correspondence. We have 2 proclamations this evening. So we need a mover and seconder for the Brandy Elliott request for proclamation for Good Citizenship Day. Moved by Councillor Vardy, seconded by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Whereas good citizenship enhances and enriches the lives of all members of our community, and whereas acts of good citizenship affect every aspect of life in Grimsby, including social problems, education, creativity, and community livability, and whereas in 1998, the Brandy Elliott Foundation, or Education Projects, was created in Brandy Elliott's memory to inspire youth to contribute to society. Throughout her short life, Brandy demonstrated that young people can make a difference by contributing to the town of Grimsby, the nation, and the world in significant ways. And whereas the Brandy Elliott Education Projects is dedicated to assisting children and youth to actualize their individual potential while fostering a spirit of service to society, and whereas the mayor, town council members, and all residents of the town of Grimsby are encouraged to make a difference, no matter how great or how small, let us use our rich cultural diversity, our talents, and wisdom to join a collective spirit of service and make a difference in the community that is so meaningful to us. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jeff Jordan, Mayor, do proclaim June 7th, 2022 as Good Citizenship Day, and urge Grimsby residents to participate in and to celebrate our strong social fabric created through good citizenship. All in favor? That's carried unanimously.
Mayor Jordan, can you just repeat the date?
It's June 7th, 2022.
Thank you.
And our second proclamation is Building Safety Month. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Ritchie. Whereas Ontario municipalities are committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on safety, and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play in both everyday life and when disasters strike. And whereas our confidence in structural integrity of these buildings that make up our communities are achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building officials, fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month, a campaign launched by the International Code Council and supported by large municipalities of chief building officials, LMCBO, and the Ontario Building Officials Association, OBOA, is intended to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas safety for all, codes in action, the theme for Building Safety Month 2022 encourages us all to raise awareness about planning for safe and sustainable construction, career opportunities in building safety, understanding disaster mitigation, energy conservation, and creating a safe and abundant water supply to all our benefit. And whereas each year in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by our building regulatory departments, fire prevention bureaus, and national and international agencies in protecting lives and property. Now therefore be resolved, I, Mayor Jeff Jordan, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2022 as Building Safety Month. Accordingly, we encourage citizens to join with their communities in recognizing Building Safety Month. All in favor? That's carried. All right. Need a movement seconder to approve the remainder of the correspondence. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the following correspondence items be received. Niagara Region correspondence respecting PDS 4 2022 Development Application Monitoring Report 2021 year end. Region of Niagara Delegation of Authority under Municipal Elections Act 1996. City of St. Catharines response to Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations. Niagara Region correspondence respecting PDS 13-2022-2021 reserve water and wastewater treatment capacities. Niagara Region correspondence respecting PW 11-2022 inspection programs and condition of Niagara Region trunk sanitary sewer infrastructure. Niagara Region correspondence respecting PW 14-2022 inspection of regional water infrastructure. Niagara Region correspondence respecting PDS 9-2022-2021 census series population and dwelling counts. Region report PDS 14-2022 respecting proposed Niagara official plan. All in favor? That's carried. Next meeting of the Committee of the Whole will be held May 16th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. This meeting is adjourned. We'll be back at 9:15 for council. Good evening. I'd like to call to order the council meeting for Monday, May 2nd, 2022. Could everyone rise for the playing of the national anthem? Niagara region and Grimsby are situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendoronk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The regional municipality of Niagara and the town of Grimsby stands with all Indigenous peoples, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, just before we get to approval of the agenda, I have one major announcement to make. I was very happy on April 30th to be at the sod turning for West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. It's quite a momentous day in the history of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. It's been a 25-year or more fight, and finally we put shovels in the ground, and we have a contractor chosen, and it's full steam ahead for the rebuild of the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. So it's very momentous occasion on April 30th, 2022, and I was happy to be among the many people that were involved and the many volunteers and activists and everyone involved who got this project to where it is today. I just want to thank everyone. Now we need a mover and seconder for the approval of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that the May 2nd, 2022 council agenda be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, adoption of previous minutes. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that the Committee of the Whole minutes April 18th, Council minutes April 18th, and Special Council minutes April 25th be approved. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to our delegation, Adrian Corneef. Good evening, Adrian. Hopefully we can hear you.
Good evening.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I can hear you.
All right, go ahead with your delegation.
Oh, what do you mean? What am I supposed to say? You know, like, I was just asked, to be present and on the renaming of the street. So you got the report and everything else, and I just want to hear what the feedback is.
All right, we need a mover and seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Frake, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolve the delegation from Adrian Corneef be received. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for your delegation, Adrian. All right, now we move to section 9, reports. Report PA 22-15, Corneef Court Street Name Proposal. Questions or comments from council? Bianca, good evening. Welcome.
Thank you, through you, the chair. Good evening, everyone. As requested at the last committee of the whole meeting, an information report was provided on the agenda for council's reference. In summary, staff conducted a research assessment and have confirmed that the information within the letter provided by Mr. Corneef matches the research conducted by staff. And staff are of the opinion that the proposed street name Corneef Court represents the history of the property and found there to be no concern with the proposed name. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. Questions or comments from council? I don't see any. Need a mover and seconder for the proposal. Moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes?
Can I propose a resolution to name it Corneef Court?
Well, I think we're receiving the proposal right now.
Okay.
I think that's the way procedure works.
All right.
All right, moved by Councillor Vardy, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that report PA 22-15, information report, Corneef Court Street Name Proposal dated May 2nd, 2022 be received. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to Regional Councillor update. Councillor Furtick, do you have anything tonight?
I don't have, I think we've covered everything, Mayor Jordan.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Furtick. Now we'll move to bylaws. Need a mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-31 to 22-38 inclusive, and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Need a mover and seconder for the second and third reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconder. Councillor Sharp. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Sharp. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaws 22-31 to 22-38 inclusive, read a first time, now be read a second and third time, and finally passed, and that the mayor and the town clerk do sign and seal the same and rule council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried. All right, now we move to section 15, announcements. I'll start off. I just want to congratulate the Peach Kings. Last night, or yesterday afternoon, they traveled to New Hamburg to play the Firebirds in Game 6 of the provincial, their division final, and they were victorious 4-3 in overtime. So they have won their division, and I believe they play the team Lakeshore on Saturday night, and then they moved to Guelph for the tournament. I believe it's the next weekend. I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's a game Saturday night. And one other event I went to on April 30th, I went to the Model UN, Youth Model UN, and that was right here in Council Chambers. And we had a group of grade 3 students from Trail Ridge Montessori School, and they each had their own countries. They were delegates from different countries around the world. And I must say it was a lot of fun. It was the first time I was able to attend one in 2 years because of COVID. And they talked about food supply and food security. And it was very interesting. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay for the whole event, but I did have to go to the shovel turning for West Lincoln Memorial Hospital, so they understood. But it was really nice to have them here, and it just was a really nice event to have right here in Council Chambers. Other announcements? Councillor Cadwell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Jordan. And I just want to also add to your accolades with the groundbreaking at the West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. I was also there representing the West Lincoln Memorial Community Advisory Committee. It was just a fantastic event, as you mentioned. The vibe in the air was just so positive. The speakers, all the speakers that spoke so well, so elegantly. And just being amongst the staff, the politicians there, and the HHS and the MPP was there too. So I just want to give a big shout out to Tony Josie. Tony and I have had our differences a little bit, but I got to say, Tony has put his heart and soul into the accomplishment of getting the reality of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital coming. So, yeah, that was, again, just I want to thank him very much for everything that he's done for that, for the journey of West Lincoln Memorial Hospital. So just a great event. Really happy I was there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cadwell, and I just want to further add to that. I really believe that this project 4 years ago, when Hamilton Health Sciences announced on actually election night, when they announced closing of the obstetrics and other closings at West Lincoln Memorial, it was Tony who actually got the mayors of West Niagara. I was mayor-elect, Mayor Bylsma was mayor-elect, and Mayor Easton. He actually got a meeting with Premier Ford by that Friday. And we brought the attention several times to the province and to the Minister of Health, and again at our delegations at both AMO and Roma. It was an effort that I think without Tony Josie getting that ball rolling, we really wouldn't have got the ear of the provincial government as quickly as we did, because that hospital was actually almost dead in the water for rebuild 4 years ago. So it's just a really proud moment for the town of Grimsby and West Niagara and everyone involved, all the politicians, all the volunteers, all the doctors, and everyone involved. I just think it was a effort that it was a community effort by the whole community. And I think that sums it up. The whole community, all three communities of West Niagara, it was just one giant effort that pushed this ball to the finish line. And now we need to continue our vigilance and continue moving and make sure that this project gets finished. Any further questions or any further announcements, comments? Seeing none, our next meeting will be held May 16th. Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, just one late and last reminder. I mean, I guess it's not the last. The Grimsby High School reunion, Last Hurrah, is coming up. That's on the long weekend in May. I think it's the 20th. So I don't have my calendar, but it's 19th and 20th, I think. That's the Victoria Day long weekend. Friday is at the Grimsby Secondary School, and Saturday is at the Peach King Arena. It should be a good, well-attended event. Lots of people, local and people who are traveling back home. Grimsby Secondary School will be amalgamated into the new West Niagara Secondary School, and this will be the last reunion for all the years to celebrate. So if you are watching, or if you have some friends who are watching, tickets are available online. It's GrimsbyReunion2020.com, because the reunion was scheduled for 2020, but it was delayed until 2022. So we're about 2.5 weeks away. Get your tickets, and tickets can also be bought at the door if you're not able to get them online. But there's a cheaper price online. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp. Next meeting of council will be held May 16th, 2022, immediately following the Committee of the Whole. I'll read the closed session declaration. Electronic participation, closed session statement declaration. Good evening, members of council. Before we begin the closed session, all members are reminded that any discussions in closed are to remain confidential as per our procedural bylaw and our code of conduct for the council of the town of Grimsby. Before we begin, I need each member that is attending electronically to confirm the following: that you understand that matters are to remain confidential, confirm that no one else is present with you, confirm that no one else can hear this closed session, confirm that you are not using any electronic devices other than your tablet or computer for the purpose of this video conferencing only, confirm that you are not recording this portion of the meeting. If you acknowledge all the above, please reply with "I understand" and confirm to all the statements. Councillor Bothwell?
I understand and confirm all the statements.
Councillor Cadwell?
I understand and confirm to all the statements.
Councillor Vane?
I understand and confirmed all the statements.
All right, we need a mover and seconder to go into closed. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, second by Councillor Frake. Resolved that council meet in closed session under Section 2392E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, specifically regarding 133 Main Street East. All in favor? That's carried. All right, we're now back in open session. Need a mover and seconder to proceed with direction from closed.
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Vane, second by Councillor Ritchie. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bothwell?
No.
Councillor Dunstall?
Yes.
Councillor Frake?
No.
Councillor Cadwell?
Yes.
Councillor Ritchie?
Yes.
Councillor Sharp?
Yes.
Councillor Vane?
Yes.
Councillor Vardy?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
No.
That's carried.
Need a mover and seconder for the confirming bylaw. First reading. Moved by Councillor Sharp. Second by Councillor Cadwell. Moved by Councillor Sharp, second by Councillor Cadwell. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-39 and that same be read a first time. All in favor? That's carried. Second and third reading, mover and seconder. Councillor Ritchie, seconder. Councillor Dunstall. Moved by Councillor Ritchie, second by Councillor Dunstall. Resolved that leave be given to introduce bylaw 22-39 read first time, now be read a second and third time. Finally passed, and the mayor and town clerk do sign and seal the same rule to the council to the contrary notwithstanding. All in favor? That's carried.
Yay.
Meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Good night.